9, 10. I see we have a quorum and a senator. Senator Sanborn, hopefully you're present just to get us started.
I'm here. I'm driving to my vaccination appointment.
That's wonderful. Great. Okay, so we are now live. Good morning and welcome to the Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services Committee. We are facing a number of public hearings today, and the order this morning before we take a break will be LD 800 first, LD, I'm sorry, LD 1141 next, I believe. No, I'm sorry. LD 1176, then LD 119 and LD 1141. So that will be our order this morning. So what we'll begin with our committee introductions. Representative Matheson, please go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair. My name is Christy Matheson. I represent Kittery District 1.
And Representative Quint.
Good morning. My name is Tracy Quint. I represent House District 144, which includes Amity, Bancroft, Benedicta Township, Cary, Glenwood, Haynesville, Hodgdon, Holton, Macwahock, Molunkus Township, Orient, Reed, Silver Ridge Township, South Aroostook, and Weston.
A couple more sessions and you'll have that list memorized. Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Richard Evans. I represent House District 120, which includes the towns of Atkinson, Brownville, Dover Foxcroft, Medford, Milo, Orneville Township, and Lakeview Plantation.
Representative Arford.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning. My name is Representative Poppy Arford, and I represent District 49, the western part of Brunswick.
And Representative Blyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Mark Blyer, represent District 22, which is Leamington and part of Buxton, Standish, and Limerick.
Representative Brooks.
Good morning. My name is Heidi Brooks. I represent House District 61, which is part of Lewiston.
Representative Melorano.
Good morning. My name is Gina Melorano. I represent House District 62, which is part of Auburn.
Representative Morris.
Good morning. I am State Representative Joshua Morris. I represent the towns of Leeds, Livermore, and Turner.
And Representative Morris serves as the House Republican lead on the committee. And Senator Sanborn.
Heather Sanborn. I represent Senate District 28, which is half of Portland and half of Westbrook. And I am using the hands-free function while I drive.
Thank you very much, Senator Sanborn. And hopefully you'll mostly just be listening from here on out. And I am Representative Denise Tepler. I represent House District number 54, which is all of the town of Topsom, and serve as the House co-chair of the committee. Senator Sanborn is my Senate chair, Senate co-chair. And we're ably assisted today by our clerk, Mr. Ricci, and our analyst, Ms. McCarthy-Reed. Thank you for being with us. And we will start today, as I said, with LD 800. And we will ask Representative Chipman, I'm sorry, Senator Chipman, sorry, Senator, to please join us and present his bill. Welcome, Senator Chipman.
Excellent. Thank you, Representative Tepler and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. I'm Ben Chipman. I'm the State Senator for Senate District 27, which is part of the City of Portland. And I'm pleased to present LD 800, which is an act to amend credit and debit card surcharges imposed by governmental entities. I introduced this bill at the request of the Office of the Secretary of State. We'll be hearing from them as well today on this bill. Regarding LD 800, many years have passed since legislation was enacted that restricted governmental entities from recouping credit card fees. Since then, many things have changed as well. In fact, now more than ever, customers use credit cards to pay for everyday items, rarely using cash at all for some. In order for state departments and agencies to continue allowing credit card usage, we must change the law so they can recoup the fees. This would open up more opportunities for services provided by the Bureau of Motor Vehicles to be conducted online. As it stands now, and with credit card fees continuing to rise, the Bureau of Motor Vehicles cannot afford to offer or expand credit card usage, inconveniencing customers and making life harder for working Mainers. LD 800 allows our state agencies to modernize without forcing them to absorb all of the costs associated with e-commerce. Thank you for considering this bill, and I'll try to answer any questions you might have. And just so you know, I believe our Secretary of State, Shannon Bellows, will be with us as well and can answer questions for you as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Chipman. Any questions from the committee for Senator Chipman? Okay, seeing none, thank you. And we will call Secretary of State Shannon Bellows next to testify in favor of the bill.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, good morning, Secretary Bellows.
Thank you, Representative Tepler, Senator Sanborn, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. My name is Shannon Bellows. I'm Secretary of State and oversee the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. And I'm representing the BMV today to speak in support of this bill. Today's BMV is very different than the BMV of 20 years ago. Technology has taken leaps and bounds as our societies need to embrace technology to improve their lives for simplicity and convenience. The desire of people to conduct all manners of transactions from their phone or connected device has become the norm and an increasing public demand. As we move forward with modernization efforts, which is one of my top priorities as Secretary, we are hindered by not being able to allow widespread payment by credit and debit cards, including using chip cards, because of the statutory requirement that we absorb associated fees for the public's convenience. While we are able to absorb fees for some limited online services, we cannot fully implement that. That's because of the large, very large service fees we would incur. I'll give you an example, something that's called apportioned registrations. These are registrations for trucks engaged in interstate commerce. All of these types of registrations, due to their complexity, are completed at our main office in Augusta. And virtually all of the transactions can be done online except payment, because the fees for those are in the thousands of dollars. So we have customers who travel for hours to make in-person payments or wait many days using traditional mail. They've repeatedly asked for the ability to pay by credit card and would in fact use our online process more if they had the ability to pay online. Many of them have commented it makes no sense to upload their documents, have them approved, and then have to wait to pay in person or mail in check. So why don't we just absorb these costs? Keep in mind, the Bureau of Motor Vehicles generates, on average, $103.8 million annually in revenues over the past 3 years for the Highway Fund. This is the money that funds our roads, bridges, and other vital needs. Imagine if all of those funds were coming in online and we were forced to pay credit card fees on that. That would be millions of dollars taken away from our highway fund from vital state needs. In the fiscal year 2020, the Bureau, with limited offerings online, absorbed $239,140 in credit and debit card fees. And we're mindful that even this is a significant bite out of desperately needed highway funds that could otherwise support vital state infrastructure needs. And already we've observed a 16% increase in credit card use since March of 2020. If the law remains unchanged, this growth at some point would not be sustainable for the department and would limit options. It should be noted that most municipalities offer payment by credit or debit card to their citizenry for a variety of transactions and charge for that convenience. Additionally, should this legislation be successful, we would always give customers the choice in all instances to pay for services by a method of their choosing. We do not advocate for any system in which we mandate the use of a credit or debit card, and we could in fact envision a tiered system where some of the lower monetary usages did not incur associated fees. Our aim is to have the capacity to build and increase options for the people to allow us to be all in on modernizing and offering the most efficient and convenient service possible. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions. And our Director of Vehicle Services, Steve Ashcroft, is also available to answer any questions you might have, for example, regarding apportioned registration.
Thank you, Secretary Bellows. Any questions for Secretary Bellows from the committee? Okay. Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. And I will invite Mr. Ashcroft in to discuss his testimony.
May I just clarify, Representative Tupler? He wrote my testimony and our testimony is the same, but he's available as a content expert for the work session. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry. He's just was on my list as speaking in favor. So, all right. Thank you. Is there anyone else in the attendee queue who would like to speak in favor of this bill? Seeing none, is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition to this bill? Seeing none, I will call two folks who are registered to speak neither for nor against. And then if there's anyone else who would like to speak for nor against, we will call them as well. So first up is Mr. Goldberg of the Maine Municipal Association. Mr. Goldberg. Welcome, Mr. Goldberg. Can you unmute and turn on your camera?
Yep, there we go. Good morning.
Good morning.
Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and distinguished members of the Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services Committee. My name is Neil Goldberg, and I am presenting testimony neither for nor against LD 800 at the direction of our 70-member Legislative Policy Committee. Municipal officials welcome legislation that expands, or in this case, probably clarifies their existing authority to pass these surcharge fees onto the consumer for the convenience of using such payment methods to, say, register their vehicles, pay their taxes, or purchase goods. However, we would note that as drafted, it seems this bill omits plantations, which are included elsewhere in the statute that this bill would amend. And so if the committee chooses to move forward with this legislation, we would suggest including plantations in the last paragraph of the bill besides state agency to ensure that these governmental entities are given the same authority. To that end, I thank you for your time and your consideration on this matter. Be happy to answer any questions or be present at the work session.
Thank you, Mr. Goldberg. Any questions from the committee for Mr. Goldberg? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. And next we will call Mr. Picard of the Retail Association.
Good morning, Representative Tepler and members of the committee. I'm Curtis Picard with the Retail Association of Maine. I'm not going to read my testimony because I think you all know what I'm going to say. My testimony on this bill is identical to our testimony on LD 160, which is what the committee heard earlier this session that you voted ought not to pass. Our message is simple, is if we're going to go down the road of examining who can and cannot levy surcharges with payments by credit and debit cards, we think it should be equalized for everybody, including consumer-facing businesses. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but I think we're all familiar with this issue, and happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the committee? I actually do have one question, Mr. Picard. Do you see any difference between using profits to pay these fees and using taxpayer money to pay them?
I think the recognition is that they are a huge cost to everybody. And so if we look back the last year through the pandemic, consumers were advised not to pay with cash, but to pay with credit and debit cards because we didn't know how the virus was going to be transmitted. So over the past year, the credit card companies really profited off of that in our mind. So it is a significant cost, as you heard from Secretary Bellows and other folks, generating 2 to 3% of the cost of whatever the transaction is. Like we said, 40 plus states don't have this prohibition. Maine is one of the few. There have been court challenges on the constitutionality of it. And we think, honestly, it should be up to the business whether or not they want to charge them. And then ultimately, it's up to the consumers whether they want to do business with that business.
Thank you, Mr. Picard. I also see a question from Representative Arford. Representative Arford, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Picard, for being with us today. I've done enough research on this issue to know it's complicated, but the one question I wasn't able to determine is, are there any instances where the fee would not be charged or a really reduced fee would be charged because of the volume of transactions that went through any entity, like if it was the government? Does that ever occur?
Well, I'll answer it two ways, because in my written testimony, I also urge that if you go down this road, you should cap it at a certain amount, say 2% or 3%. It shouldn't just be whoever wants to charge. But there is a difference between the amount of charge that is charged, whether you're paying by a credit card or a debit card. So a debit card is usually a flat charge of around 21, 23 cents per transaction, which doesn't sound like a lot unless you're doing a small volume purchase like $1, in which case it's a large percentage of that transaction. For credit cards, it's usually a percentage of the sale. But then we also have folks that sell, high dollar value items like farm equipment or tractors, and someone comes in with their airline mileage credit card and they want to pay it, and there goes 2 or 3% of, say, a $20,000 transaction. So it is very complicated. You're right about that. I don't know. I hope that answered your question.
Again, thank you so much for being here today with us.
Any further questions from the committee for Mr. Picard? No, seeing none. Thank you so much for your testimony. And I am looking to the queue to see if there is anyone else who would like to testify neither for nor against LD 800. Okay, seeing none, we will close the hearing on LD 800 and move to LD 1176, as I saw Representative Fay was in the queue. So welcome, Representative Fay, and we invite you to present LD 1176 to us.
Thank you, Representative Tepler. I'm still getting used to the bouncing in between the waiting room and the committee room. It is still jarring to me, and I hope I actually don't have time to get used to it. Uh, Thank you very much. And I'd like to point out that I'm in my third term, and this is my first time in front of this committee. So I have a lot to learn from you folks. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services Committee. I'm Jessica Fay, and I represent the people of Maine House District 66, which is parts of Casco, Poland, and Raymond. And I'm here presenting and testifying in favor of LD 1176. Last year, a constituent called me with a problem, the proposed solution to which became this bill before you. After an automobile accident that caused his nearly new and expensive truck to be totaled, he proceeded with the claims process. That process left him with an approximately $10,000 negative gap in the value of the vehicle. The company that insured him used vehicle comparisons from Nebraska, New Mexico, and Indiana, in coming up with the valuation. The values of these vehicles were much lower than the value of similar vehicles closer to Maine. I always thought that either Kelley Blue Book or NADA was the standard for valuation for insurance compensation purposes, but my constituents' experience shows us that that isn't the case. Interestingly, the value he was paying his premiums on was higher than the listed value of the vehicle and the amount the insurance would pay for the vehicle. This bill simply says that when using comparables for vehicle insurance value, those must be in a closer geographic location to better reflect the actual cost to consumers of purchasing a new vehicle. This seems only fair. When we determine real estate values, we don't compare a home in Maine to a home in New Mexico. Why would we do it for vehicles? I appreciate your time and look forward to working on this issue of fairness with the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Fay. And are there any questions from the committee for Representative Fay? Seeing none, I will move on to other proponents of the bill. And I believe I have Mr. Bissonette of Raymond in the queue, who will bring in to testify in favor of the bill. Welcome, Mr. Bissonette.
How are you today?
Well, thank you. Yourself?
I'm doing well.
Good.
So I come before you, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the Healthcare Insurance and Financial Services Committee. My name is John Bisnett. I'm a resident of Raymond, and I'm here in favor to testify in favor of LD 1176. The reason I'm in favor of this bill was my personal experience with the insurance claim resulting in a total loss of my vehicle. I was hit on 302 in Casco, Maine. As a result of the accident, I've been through extensive shoulder, ankle injuries. I've had to endure the loss of work, missed so many appointments. My family's had to deal with increased anxiety and frustration due to the loss of income and the ability to do physical activities that I've always been able to do. I've also lost the ability to retain information due to the concussion I sustained. I had to endure the frustrating process of settling with the insurance company on the value of my truck. Describing these emotions during this process is like being in the accident all over again. You have to worry about how you're going to get the same vehicle, where you're going to get the money from. It's impossible to find a similar vehicle for less money. Do you take out a loan? Do you buy new? These are the things you start worrying about as you comb dealerships all over New England, trying to find the same vehicle that you had with the settlement amount that the insurance company gave you. The current system allows insurance companies to use market value report, CCC. They are required to get 3 estimates of like vehicles. The insurance companies estimates that they will benefit their bottom line cost. These estimates provided were from Seawood, Nebraska, 1,300 miles away, Albuquerque, New Mexico, 2,003 miles away, and Cherokee, Indiana, 1,258 miles away. As a whole, vehicles from that distance are significantly cheaper than vehicles sold here in New England. I personally gave the insurance company many vehicle comparisons from the New England area, and I used comparisons from NADA, none of which would they accept. At the time of loss, the difference between the 2 types of estimates was on average 20%. I wasn't just happy, I was stressed. I couldn't replace the truck for the amount that I received for them. So I called the Attorney General's office. The long and short is I was told that the insurance companies only had to get 3 estimates, even though it was obviously unfair. And the insurance company did in fact follow the law as written. The Attorney General's office suggested I felt that strongly about the practice of them using the low estimates, that I should try to get the law changed for all Mainers. With that said, this journey has led me to you in hopes that you can see how unfair this process is, and together we can change the law and make it fair and reasonable for Mainers.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Bissonette, and we're sorry for all you've been through. Questions from the committee. Representative Bleier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Bissonette, for being here. My question, Mr. Bissonette, is, you're saying that the average value is about 20% less on a $60,000 truck. That's $12,000. I'm just wondering, why is it that you feel, or do you have any idea why a vehicle of same caliber would be worth so much less in another part of the country compared to the state of Maine?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm really not sure about that process. I know days before the accident, I had my truck at 3 dealerships, okay? They offered me $43,000 across the board at 3 different dealerships, okay? And that was actually the amount of money that the insurance company offered me. Retail on that truck for me to walk into any dealership in Maine and buy that same one was $54,000 to $56,000. So it's a significant amount. I just don't know why trucks out west are a lot cheaper. I mean, obviously that's why the insurance companies is using CCC to go out there and gather that information. I don't know why they do it.
Go ahead, Representative Bleier.
Yeah, so I guess if I'm hearing you correctly, you brought the truck in for a trade-in and they are offering you $43,000. Then you had the accident and the insurance company was offering you the $43,000, what the trade-in value was. And you're saying that the dealer, if you traded it in, would sell it for $55,000, or a
Correct.
new one would be $55,000?
No, the used vehicle would be $55,000. It'd be roughly $10,000 more than what they offer you on trade-in value.
So basically, the NADA was correct in offering you the 43 because that's what the dealership was offering you on a trade-in. Is that correct?
No, actually, NADA was so when I looked it up at the time of the accident, was $52,000 on that truck.
I guess I'm not quite understanding, because if the dealership would have given you $43,000 on a trade-in, then that's what the insurance gave you for replacement value. There's not a 20% discrepancy between the two prices. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Well, so let's say you own a car at $20,000, okay? The dealership offers you that trade-in. They're not going to sell that same vehicle for what they give you for it. They're going to make a profit on that. So when you have a vehicle in a total loss situation, let's say that you have whatever, a GMC pickup truck, okay? And you lose that pickup truck today. You got to walk into some dealership across New England and purchase that truck. All right. So you insure that truck for whatever. They're getting, you would assume that would cover the cost of a pickup truck of the same exact thing as what you had when you walk into that dealership, and it doesn't. It's substantially lower. So you got to make up that difference somewhere, whether you take out a loan, out of pocket, however you do it.
Can I follow up, Madam Chair?
Yes.
So I don't disagree with that. I guess what I would say to that is that if you're buying something on a private sale, you would get a better price on a vehicle compared to buying it directly from a dealer, who in turn have to give warranties and a lot of,
Representative Bleier, is there a question here?
I guess there is no question. I just was making a statement that I don't see the discrepancy. That's all. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you. And Representative Evans has a question. For Mr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Bissonette, I'm sorry that you had to go through this. My question is, how long did this entire process take for you to get through it?
Approximately 45 days.
All right, thank you.
I'd like to follow up with the gentleman that was before me.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Okay.
Bissonnette, but that's not generally how we work this. If you have further comments, you can submit them in writing. But you gave your testimony, and the committee asks you questions, and you may answer them, and that's the way the process works.
Thank you, ma'am.
Well, thank you, Mr. Bissonnette, and thanks for your testimony. Is there anyone else in the queue who wishes to give testimony in favor of the bill? Seeing none, I'll turn to opponents of the bill. And I'll call Mr. Garrity.
Good morning, Representative Tepler. Representative Tepler, Senator Sanborn, and members of the committee. My name is Bruce Garrity. I'm here on behalf of the Maine Auto. Are people able to hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I wasn't positive. I apologize. I'm here on behalf of the American Property Casualty Insurance Association. We were actually somewhat surprised to see this legislation, in that it's our understanding that the valuation process and where vehicles are valued from is one that has very little by way of controversy or concern. Most vehicles are valued as close to home, if I can put it that way, as circumstances permit. That makes a lot of sense. The NADA guide, the Kelly Blue Book guide, have regional volumes. So they are geared towards looking to, at least to New England. Autotex and CCC are two other services that insurers routinely use in helping value a vehicle. And those folks are very skilled in finding comparable vehicles that are as close as circumstances will permit. It isn't just a case of finding a vehicle that's a Ford station wagon. There are a lot of specificities in everything that's in a vehicle, everything that's on a vehicle, what its options are, how much it has been used, what is the wear and tear on the vehicle, and all of that goes into finding a reasonable valuation. I thought it was really interesting that Mr. Bissonnette's comparison held up in terms of valuation at 3 different local dealerships. I really, beyond that, can't comment on the differences he cited to. I don't know if they're talking about the same vehicle or similar vehicles. You're also going to run into a problem if this goes into effect in fairly having insurers be able to value a vehicle. There are times when a vehicle simply isn't available locally. And I'm not just talking about the Ferrari or the Bentley or the rare vehicle that you would see very few of in Maine. Depending on the configuration of the vehicle, there might not be any, or there might be very few in the area, and they might not have similar wear, similar mileage, and the like. We think this is actually going to make it harder to resolve cases quickly and fairly. I would point out also, this took 45 days along with a full appeal and review by the Attorney General. Well, I shouldn't call it a full appeal and review, a review by the Attorney General's office. I would suspect that the company was prepared to pay a valuation literally days, very few days after the accident. And Mr. Bissonnette, fairly enough, wanted to check into that and did so, and that stretched the process out. I think we're all concerned anytime anyone is hit or injured in an accident, but that really has no bearing on the issue that's before you, which is how you value vehicles, and does it make sense to change the value to make it localized so that at times you're not going to be able to fairly find a vehicle. I guess the last point I would make representative members of the committee, is that we're very fortunate in Maine. We have some of the lowest rates in the country for auto insurance. We have the highest minimum insurance levels required in the country. And that's quite a trick that we've managed to accomplish, along with having the lowest uninsured population in the country by states. And every step the industry takes to both be fair but be efficient help keep that triumvirate of good factors in place. I think this limits it. And I would point out that I respect Mr. Bissonette's concerns, but you had one proponent, which I would submit is not evidence of a significant problem that requires an across-the-board solution such as this LD proposes. And Representative Tepler, I'd be happy to try and answer any questions the committee might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garrity. Are there questions from the committee for Mr. Garrity? I actually have a question, Mr. Garrity, as I wait for my other committee members to think if they want to ask one. And my question is, if this is already primarily best practice in the industry, would you be open to an amendment to this bill that would say that the initial search for comparable vehicles must take place in New England, but if no comparable vehicles are available, then the search can go more broadly? I'm just curious, given that you've indicated this is already best practice in the industry.
Well, I think that happens as a norm. I noticed there are a couple of opponents who are perhaps more familiar with the nuances of the search than I. And I honestly don't have a good answer to that, other than to say, Representative, assuming that what I said is correct, and I believe it is, I think when you pass a law to address something that's not a problem, or we at least perceive not to be a problem, you open the door to unanticipated consequences. And I think that under these circumstances, unless the committee really feels there's a problem, the system is working well, and we would suggest it ought to be left as it is. That having been said, I would take any amendment back to my clients and be happy to talk to the committee about it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garrity. And I see that Representative Bleier has a question. Please go ahead, Representative Bleier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Tepler, he had time to think of a question.
It always happens.
Thank you, Mr. Garrity, for being here. I appreciate you being here. So my question to you, Mr. Garrity, is that my assumption is if the insurance assessment was equal to what the gentleman was going to get on trade-in, then the value of that vehicle was basically the $43,000. My question to you: if a dealer gets a vehicle in and gives $4,300 or $43,000 on a trade-in, are they entitled to sell it for what they took it on trade-in, or can they ask whatever price they want for that vehicle in turn?
Well, they can ask whatever price they want, and I think it's fair to say that unless a dealer is giving a value on essentially a junker kind of car that it's going to get rid of course, the dealer wants to make a profit on that transaction. That's part of the business.
Follow up at all, Representative Bleier? No? Okay, thank you so much. All right, thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Garrity, and we'll move to other opponents of the bill and Ms. McHale from State Farm will join us next. Welcome, Ms. McHale.
Thank you, and thank you for your patience as I transition in. Good morning, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health Insurance, Health Coverage Insurance, and Financial Services. I am Vivian McHale, and I represent State Farm, which as of 2019 was the second largest provider of auto insurance in Maine and the largest provider of auto insurance in the country. I'm here today to testify in opposition to 1176, not because we're not sympathetic to Mr. Bissonnette's very frustrating situation and suffering, but because of the reality of how valuations work. Mr. Garrity made accurate reference to Autodex and how valuations come about. State Farm does use Autodex, so I'm going to speak a little bit about that. It's a bit technical. I want to make sure I have it right, so I am going to read part of my testimony. I believe Autodex may also be testifying, so I won't go into great detail, but I think it's very important to understand all the factors that are taken into account. And to answer your question, Representative Tepler, the answer is yes. First, you start with the zip code of the place of garagement, which is what you call the place where the car or the vehicle at issue was last located and considered a loss. And then you go out in increments of 25 miles from that zip code just until you have to get a comparable vehicle. So specifically, State Farm uses AutoSource, which is the program created by Autodex, and it identifies vehicle valuations to settle claims of total loss, like we're talking about, like Mr. Bissonnette unfortunately had to go through. It's designed to provide valuations of vehicles that are compliant with applicable state laws and regulations. And it does it by a computerized database that provides to State Farm what is the goal, which is a valid fair market value for substantially similar vehicles. And it does it by starting the search in the zip code, as I mentioned. It uses detailed descriptions of the loss at issue, and it includes the zip code, the mileage, the options, and the condition. It has a proprietary component of the software called AutoVin, and that assists in accurately identifying the correct equipment as the vehicle was produced by the manufacturer to get an accurate settlement value. So you can really get as close to possible vehicle as is at issue and to be valued to make up for the loss. It then contains vehicle ads from online sources, dealerships, and offline publications. And then it does that expansion out in 25-mile increments if a vehicle of suitable comparability is not captured closer in. Then the best suited vehicles are selected based on distance and comparability, and adjustments are made to account for differences between the vehicle and comparable vehicles and to calculate the ACV, or actual cash value. The reality is that the value of the vehicle is determined by the market and not the geography. Because in some situations, as Mr. Garrity described, a similar vehicle is not available locally. For instance, you wouldn't find AutoSource using the comparison of a F-150 with a certain sport package and a crew cab to compare to one without a sport package and a shorter bed. It's not the same vehicle. So that might be a reason why the search has to necessarily expand outside of what would otherwise be an artificial market to capture the year, the make, the model, the miles, the condition, to get as comparable a vehicle to make sure you're talking about apples to apples and not apples to oranges. There are also instances where there might be only one or two same year make and model vehicles for sale locally, but are not priced in line with the market. And another example where it would be problematic to limit the market the way 1176 suggests is that if comparable vehicles were advertised for two very variable different prices, say $10,000 for one and $18,000 for another, as my testimony sets out, more comparable vehicles are necessary to make sure you're validating a fair market value. And a geographic market, as the legislation suggests, would leave insurers in a position of being entirely unclear of what is expected of them if comparable vehicles don't exist, or for sale for some reason that may not be known to us for a grossly undermarket or overmarket price. So that's sort of a long way of saying that we agree with what Mr. Garrity said, that there are unintended consequences to this bill that would result in understandably wanting to help situations like Mr. Bissonnette found him in. But the bigger reality, more importantly, is that the vast majority of valuations in Maine do use comparables within Maine. With the thousands of thousands of total losses that are run in Maine annually. We, State Farm, as the largest provider, second to largest provider in Maine, don't know of any trends of complaint or concerns along these lines. And we believe it's because, for the most part, we are finding comparables in Maine. So thank you for your time today. For these reasons, we urge you to vote ought not to pass on 1176. I would be happy to answer any questions I can, and will certainly be available for the work session with whatever other information you might find helpful.
Thank you, Ms. McHale. And I just want to note for the committee that Auditex is not in the queue, but they have submitted written testimony. I do have a question for you, Ms. McHale, from Representative Matheson. Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Ms. McHale, for your information. Just a couple of things. I'm not as familiar with Auditex in comparison to Blue Book. I guess I just assumed that insurance used the Blue Book value, so I'm a little bit new to that. If you could just give us some information on where to find comparable vehicle values for just an example versus Blue Book, that would be really helpful for me. Like if it's a F-150 that has at this value, I'd like to see just where that lies with the Blue Book value. And also, where do some of these complaints, they don't go directly to you, they would go somewhere else. So how do you identify if you've had these complaints or not?
Thank you for both of those questions, Representative Matheson. I'll start with the second one first. They would not come directly to us, that's right, but we would certainly expect to hear from the Bureau. We feel that we're good partners with the Bureau, and if they were to have heard complaints about State Farm's practices, we believe or hope that we would be among the first to know so that we could address them. We get complaints all the time in our work here. In fact, when I call one of you to ask about a bill or something, sometimes they'll say, well, hold on a second, before you go, I actually need to talk to you about something. So we get complaints in a variety of ways, and we would want to address those. So I can say that the folks that I've talked with on this have not found this to be an issue, as Mr. Garrity pointed out. With respect to Blue Book, I would have to look into that. But one thing I can tell you, and there was raised the issue of the NADA guides, the National Automobile Dealers Association guides. I do know that the use of those is relevant for, can be relevant for older vehicles, and there are a proportionate of vehicle losses in Maine are older vehicles. And that is a resource that is national in scope. So by definition, you wouldn't be able to limit it geographically to the 7 states that are in this bill. For the very purpose of trying to get the best comparable in making valuations. Where the Blue Book fits in exactly in that, I don't know the answer to that, but I can find that out for you. Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative Arford. You're on mute, Representative Arford.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have a quick question. I've purchased automobile insurance for many years, and I've never paid attention to this issue. When I purchase my insurance, is my vehicle at that point assigned a value, because they're creating a charge for me, the customer, based on something? And if it is, so that's the first part of the question. Is it assigned a value? And the second question is that information available to me as a customer so that I would know, every year, whenever I re-upped my insurance, I would know how the value had changed? And does that value in any way reflect what I would be paid if I did have a total loss?
Representative Arford, those are great questions, and I don't have the answer right here now, but I will certainly get those answers for you. Obviously, if there was a total loss, even if you were assigned a value at a given point in time every year, that value would have to be adjusted based on the actual mileage at the time of the loss, the condition, and those sorts of things particular to your exact vehicle. But whether there is assigned a value for some purpose that the insurers use, I don't know the answer, but I will find out and see how that might factor into this. I don't know that it would solve the issue here for the reasons I just mentioned, that there's so many other factors that would lead to the final valuation. and so many other parameters and considerations, but I can find that out for you for the work session, absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Blyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, do you think that for the most part, from what I'm gathering, you're saying that Kelley Blue Books are pretty accurate in their estimates of vehicles? This gentleman is claiming to have a 25% reduction in the value of his vehicle. Is this something that is common, or do you think that this is just one scenario, or the matter of opinion of the value is incorrect? Just could you briefly discuss that?
Thank you so much for the question, Representative. Without knowing more, I'm not sure what to point to for the discrepancy, but based on my extensive conversations with State Counsel for State Farm and some feedback from the folks who manage and provide us with AutoSource, which brings in all the variables to make sure that our valuations are as accurate as possible, I have to think that there has to be more going on here, and that is absolutely not a common occurrence from my understanding, because that's exactly the sort of thing that we wanted to get at before we came before you today, and why we're opposing this, because we don't feel that this is an issue that would be properly addressed with this sort of legislation.
A quick question from the chair, Ms. McHale. Is there a difference between replacement value policies and other kinds of auto insurance policies? And if someone has a replacement value policy, but cannot purchase a vehicle that actually replaces their vehicle with what they get, what's going on there? Can you discuss that a little bit?
I'm going to learn a lot from this legislation is what I know, because actually I don't know the answer to that question, but I will find out. I will find out for you, along with answers to questions for Representative Artford and Representative Blyer as well, and also Representative Matheson, because that will go back to Representative Artford's question too. But I don't know the answer to that, to be perfectly honest, but I will find out.
Okay, and I think that that probably concludes the questions for you here, and perhaps Mr. Sultan, who is up next, can help us with some of those as well. So thank you for your testimony, and welcome, Mr. Sultan.
Thank you.
And I believe our fully vaccinated senator just rejoined us to listen in, who, if not fully vaccinated, half vaccinated.
Only half.
Okay. Welcome.
Hi. Hopefully you can hear me. I am in two committees at once right now, Representative Tepler, Senator Sanborn. So I'm on my iPad, which is being shown to me a little bit differently than my computer. But thank you for having me. I am here on behalf of the Maine Association of Insurance Companies in opposition to the bill. Like Mr. Garrity, we were a little head scratching on this one because all of my members, as you know, are domestic insurance carriers, and they use Maine comparables on most of their auto and automobile losses. The only thing that we don't know in this hearing is what exactly kind of truck Mr. Bissonnette had. The only comment I got from my guys was, if the only times they really go outside of the northern New England or even southern New England area is if it is involving a unique kind of commercial truck, where you would have a very hard time finding like vehicles in Maine or in the rest of New England. In fact, the farthest my guys have gone for any valuation or comparable use was in Pennsylvania. They wouldn't have gone to Indiana, Nebraska, and Arizona. So it must have had some unique features for this particular vehicle to be used with those kinds of comparisons. I think what Ms. McHale and Mr. Garrity said is all true. We always try to stay as close to home as possible. And so we don't think the bill is really necessary. To answer some of your other questions, there are differences in cost of policies that are replacement coverage as opposed to those that are not replacement coverage. I think most Mainers likely have policies that are not replacement coverage because they do cost more. So to reflect the possibility that you are going to have to pay for more, the actual cost of the vehicle to be replaced. To answer a question, I believe of Representative Matheson, what was it? It was just on my tongue. There are multiple kinds. If you Google, if you put your car in and ask in Google, what is the value of my car? You'll come up with Blue Book. You'll come up with a number of different kinds of cost estimators. They are generally in the ballpark. Carriers tend to use a little more sophisticated method of valuing your vehicle to be as true as possible. But if you go into those Google searches, like if you go into NADA or into Blue Book, they will ask you a series of questions as to how big your engine is it automatic? Is it a stick? Is it, if you're a truck, is it a long bed, a short bed? Is it a sport cab? Do you have leather seats? Do you have air conditioning? They're going to ask you a ton of questions because all of those are going to affect the value. As to our other question about policies and evaluation that you get at the beginning of your policy, carriers are certainly going to want to know what kind of car it is. Fixing a Ford Escort is going to be very different than fixing a BMW. If either one had a broken windshield, the cost of the Escort windshield is going to be much cheaper than the BMW's windshield. There may be more electronics actually embedded in the windshield of the BMW with rain sensors and things like that, as opposed to the Ford Escort. So there will be a difference in the cost of insurance because if you get as we often do here in Maine, get a rock through your windshield, that's going to cost a different value. So that will all affect the cost of your insurance. If there's other questions I can answer, that'd be great. And I think everything's sort of been covered. We don't think the bill is necessary because we already are doing this. So thanks.
Questions from the committee for Mr. Sultan? I don't see any, but I would like Mr. Sultan to hear a little bit more about what happens to people who have paid that premium for a replacement policy on their vehicle and whether they experience what Mr. Bissonnette has experienced or whether they are actually their new vehicle is actually fully paid for.
Yeah, I will double check, but if you're going to have a replacement cost, you are going to get your vehicle, what it will cost to replace that actual vehicle and put it in your dooryard. But I'll double check on that. I assume that the policy that Mr. Bissonnette had was not a replacement policy, especially I'm guessing because it was a commercial vehicle. It had some other things on it.
Oh, okay. That's good information as well. So the vehicle we're discussing was a commercial vehicle.
Well, given what he said, it sounded more of a commercial vehicle, given that he couldn't work and lost some income from it, things like that. So I'm assuming it was some kind of possibly a specialized truck. He never actually said what kind it was, but it didn't seem like a routine pickup you go by at, Darling's or something.
Okay, well, I assume that that is information we will have for our work session on this bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Sullivan, for your testimony. And I have to ask, is there anyone else who wishes to testify against this bill in the attendee queue? Seeing none, I will turn to neither for nor against the bill for testimony. And I see that Superintendent Chapa is in the queue, and we'll ask him to join us to present his testimony.
Good morning, Representatives Tepler and Senator Sanborn. I'm Superintendent of Insurance Eric Chapa, and I'm here to testify neither for nor against LD 1176. I won't read my testimony, as a lot of the points have been made, but I will point out we've had very few complaints about this issue. And I'd also point out that most auto policies contain an appraisal clause which allow for resolution of first-party disputes over the value of a damaged vehicle. And also, I would agree with the, this could inadvertently limit the search if there is a rare vehicle or some feature of a vehicle. By limiting it to New England, you could actually hurt the consumer in some circumstances. With that, I'll available to answer any questions.
Any questions for the superintendent? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Superintendent. And is there anyone else in the queue who wishes to testify neither for nor against this bill? Seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing on LD 1176 and turn to LD 1119, sponsored by Senator Miramont, who I believe is present, and invite him to come in and present his bill to us. Welcome, Senator Miramont.
Thank you, Representative. I'm in the middle of a work session in ENR on a bill. I shouldn't be too long, but could you skip me for a minute, please?
Yes. I'm happy to go to 1141 and come back to you.
Thank you very much.
I understand. Okay. Thank you, Senator. All right. So apologies, committee. We're going to go to Representative Morris's bill 1141. I usually leave committee bills for last since the folks have to be here anyway. But Senator Miramont has asked us to give him a break. So we'll ask Representative Morris to present his bill to us.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, fellow members of the Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. I am Representative Joshua Morris, representing the people of Leeds, Livermore, and Turner. I'm pleased to present for your consideration LD 1141, an act to amend the Service Contracts Act to include motor vehicle theft protection programs and warranties. Maine service contract law was enacted in 2011. The bill emerged from the committee with a unanimous ought to pass report. At this time, due to changes in the marketplace, this legislation proposes to add two kinds of protection to the statute. The first is for key fobs. As we all know, key fobs are becoming more expensive, in many instances cost hundreds of dollars. This legislation would allow contracts whereby a fob that is inoperable, lost, or stolen is replaced. In addition, this bill proposes to introduce a theft protection program. This is a device or a system that is installed on the car to prevent loss or damage to the vehicle. It comes with a theft protection program warranty and reimburses various costs in the event of a theft. One of the key elements of the act is that it provides significant consumer protections. Providers of these contracts have to register with the superintendent, provide sample copies of the service contract prior to sale, insure service contracts under a reimbursement insurance policy, maintain records, and allow a service contract holder to return the contract within 10 to 20 days, depending on the circumstances, and receive a refund or cancel a contract at any time thereafter and receive a pro rata refund of monies paid. The legislation allows service contracts to evolve with the marketplace. As such, and given that all consumer protections remain in place, I urge the committee to report 1141 ought to pass. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have, but there will be others who follow me with more detailed knowledge about these types of contracts.
Questions from the committee for the sponsor, Representative Morris? Seeing none, thanks for your testimony, and we will welcome other proponents of the bill. And I see that Mr. Garrity will be joining us again in favor of 1141. Welcome, Mr. Garrity. We can see you walking around your office there. You're muted still, Mr. Garrity.
Representative Tepler, thank you. I'm a little nonplussed. You're not on 1141, are you?
Yes, we are. I'm sorry. We had a rapid switch to 1141 because Senator Mearmont was unavailable for 1119. I apologize. So
well, no, that's fine. I thought I had time to scoot out of the room really quickly and shortly.
I know that feeling, Mr. Garrity.
Representative Tepler, members of the committee, my name is Bruce Garrity. I'm here on behalf of the of MVPPA, the Motor Vehicle Protection Product Association, and we are in support of LD 1141, and it is legislation that we are presenting for the committee's consideration. We have had the service contract law in effect in Maine since 2011. I was fortunate enough to be one of the people who worked on the bill when it was introduced. It ultimately came out of committee, unanimously ought to pass, and I think it's fair to say it's been pretty successful since that time. As time goes on, circumstances change, products change, and I think it's fair to say that the service contract industry, like any other industry, wants to keep up. For example, one of the provisions in this bill deals with key fobs. Well, in 2011, key fobs were, I will say, almost a novelty. They certainly weren't the norm as they are now. And key fobs cost, in many instances, in most instances, I think it's fair to say, hundreds of dollars to replace. One of the kinds of protection that this bill would extend is to key fobs when they do need, when they're lost, damaged, or stolen. A second aspect of this bill deals with vehicle theft protection. The way this product would work, there is a physical product involved, which is some sort of device that is attached to or in the computer system of the car, obviously to deter theft. In addition, there are warranties associated with that, which are defined in the legislation as being various kinds of incidental costs. And I think incidental cost is also defined in the proposed legislation. The bottom line is that many times these incidental costs can run thousands of dollars. Some of the kinds of warranty protections we have seen are for a flat amount. $5,000, for example, seems to be a fairly common one. In other instances, it includes specifics, such as the difference between a replacement and actual cash value, or rental coverage, or other coverages that are pertinent to a theft, but not part of the reimbursement of the vehicle, which is something that the insurance company handles. The third aspect of this bill is actually, I would call it more technical, and that is the extended use provision, extended wear provision associated with leases. At the end of a lease, you give the vehicle back. It's not yours. And there is a certain amount of wear and tear that is expected through the use of a car, be it for 2, 3, 4, 5 years, whatever the lease period might be. Unfortunately, there are times when damage is more substantial or the wear on the vehicle is excessive. You go significantly beyond the mileage. The vehicle has had more dings and problems than the average vehicle. And there's a cost differential, and protection for this excessive wear situation is also covered. So those are the changes that we are suggesting to make to the statute. We believe it keeps up with the times. I have had the opportunity to talk to the Bureau, and I know that Mr. Yardley has presented written testimony. I suspect he'll be here to talk to you about his views as well. But we think this is keeping up with the marketplace. It provides consumers options. Let me make one other point, if I might, Representative, before I finish, and that is the consumer protections in this statute. They are extensive. They were designed to be extensive when the statute was enacted. For example, the coverages that are provided have to be backed by a replacement insurance policy from a company licensed to do business in Maine. And the company has to have, if I remember my numbers right, at least $15 million in surplus. And if you're going to go with an entity that is not a specific insurance company, but a replacement company, that has to have a net worth of $100 million. So there's very strong protections in that regard. In addition, there are other protections in the statute, such as a right of the consumer to rescind the transaction with a limited number of days. If they get the coverage through the mail, they have 20 days. If they get it in person, they have 10. They also have the right to cancel a policy at any time, or the coverage at any time. It's not a policy, and get a pro rata return on their money. So there are consumer protections at the heart of the underlying statute that apply to protect the integrity of the transaction, the entire transaction. And I just leave it at, these laws are proliferating around the country. There are 40 states that now have key fob protection. There are 35 states that have theft protection provisions in them. I think I cited them in my written testimony, as well as a couple of states that are going to be considering it this year and next year. So we believe this is good for the consumer. It provides options. None of this is mandatory. Consumer chooses whether to secure any or all of these coverages. And I would be happy to try and answer any questions the committee might have, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Garrity. Any questions from the committee for Mr. Garrity? I have a quick one while people are thinking. This is, I'm wondering if, particularly in terms of the theft protection, if it's something that's actually put in the vehicle, if I go to begin to, if this is made law and I go to begin to look for new vehicles, will that be something that is included on many vehicles, whether I want it or not? Like some things are when you get a package with your new vehicle, or is it always going to be an option to be added?
I appreciate that question, and it gives me a chance to put on my my auto dealer hat for just a moment. You can buy a vehicle with virtually any package that a consumer wants, and obviously the price of the vehicle varies with the package chosen. I think a lot of people choose theft protection because as soon as you put that on your vehicle, your insurance policy cost goes down, not up. That having been said, it is an option. And if you want to get a vehicle that doesn't have theft protection, under Maine law, the dealership has to get that vehicle for you or try to get that vehicle for you. It doesn't have to have it on the lot, but it has to try and get it. And actually, as an aside, my first case in front of the Maine Law Court dealt exactly with that issue in 1981. And the law court confirmed that on the one hand, consumers have to be able to get a vehicle without options. On the other hand, the dealership doesn't have to have it on the lot. They have to be able to go and order it.
So the answer is, if this is permitted, yes, it will be bundled with options.
I want to see if I can parse your question a little bit more. The purchase price you pay for the car, if you include theft protection, will be bundled with any other options on the car that you choose. Choosing to get theft protection as a warranty, independent of the inherent value of theft protection, is a different matter. If you've already got theft protection on the car, I guess unless you wanted the benefit of the incidental cost protection, which can be significant, that's when a consumer has to make a decision about whether they want this additional protection, which you can get as either part of the car, or you can independently get after the transaction on your own if you choose to do it that way.
Okay, I think I'm following you. Thank you, Mr. Garrity.
Yeah, I hope I followed your question right. I'm not 100% sure I did.
I think you did. I think
Okay.
you followed it. Thanks very much for your testimony. I see no other members of the committee have questions. So I will ask if there's anyone in the queue who would also like to testify in favor of this bill. Seeing none, I would like to see if there is anyone who would like to testify in opposition to this bill. Seeing none, I'm going to move to testimony neither for nor against and invite Mr. Yardley of the Bureau of Insurance into the committee to present his testimony.
Good morning, Representative Tepler, Senator Sanborn, and honorable members of the Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services Committee. My name is Ben Yardley. I'm Senior Attorney at the Bureau of Insurance. I'm here to testify neither for nor against LD 1411. We have submitted written testimony. I think what I'll do is skip to the good part, which is near the end, and tell you that the definition of service contract is broad, but it does not include the risk of misplacing an item. So the bill would putting the replacement of a lost key fob within the scope of the law. I think this makes sense. A motor vehicle policy might cover theft, but the claim for a lost key fob might not be worth making if the policy has a large deductible. Motor vehicle policies typically exclude damage caused by normal wear and tear. So the new provision concerning the return of a leased vehicle would benefit someone who has entered into that sort of arrangement for using a vehicle. This would be long-term leases, I think, not what you do when you go to rent a car. And the Service Contract Act does apply to agreements to perform the repair of any motor vehicle due to normal wear and tear. So that's already in the law, but we don't think that the proposed section 7102 sub 11 sub G that details the coverages for leased vehicle are necessary, but they don't do any harm either. So as Mr. Garrity recovered quickly while he was nonplussed, he was able to say that the proposal does keep up with developments in the marketplace. It looks like what the proponent wants to do is put theft protection and theft protection warranty into the service contract. Mr. Garrity and I have talked a little bit about this. I think it makes sense to put those terms into section, bear with me for a moment, please, section 7102, subsection 11, and then they could be added on as paragraphs. I just think that makes for a neater presentation of this, and really clarifies that the intent is to put these coverages inside the definition of service contract. I'd be glad to try to answer any questions, and I will be at the work session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yardley. Any questions from the committee for Mr. Yardley? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. And we will probably need you to be present for the work session as well. Thank you.
Glad to be there.
And is there anyone else in the attendee queue who would like to testify neither for nor against LD 1141? Mr. Yardley did get the number a little skewed. It is 1141, an act to amend the Service Contracts Act to include motor vehicle theft protection programs and warranties. Seeing none, I will bring that hearing to a close, and we will check in with Senator Mearmont because hopefully he is now ready to present his bill LD 1119 to us.
You can read the university studies. I also provided the 3.
Hello. Somehow we have managed to take this from the motion a long time ago. They're still talking about this in the work session. If you have another one, great. If you're not, I'll just tell them I'm leaving for a bit to do my bill with you.
You are the last one in our morning hearings, Senator, so it would be greatly appreciated if you can present your bill to us.
Okay, I'm with you. It's short, and there may be information that'll have you handle it pretty quickly, but thank you very much. Representative Tepler, Senator Sanborn's there. I see your picture, and distinguished members of the HCIFS. I'm Dave Mearmont, and I represent Knox County, except for the town of Washington. County seat is Rockland. I'm in support of LD 1119 and am the sponsor. It was brought to my attention that some credit card companies or banks were sending more frequent bills to customers than the once a month that we have become accustomed to. It's pointed out that while the amount of interest owed on an outstanding balance would not change regardless of the frequency of billing, the fees associated with having an overdue balance or making partial payment would be charged upon delivery of the bill. Over the past year, we have heard of many financial hardships caused by the loss of jobs and businesses, and both federal and state governments have stepped up to ameliorate that suffering. At the same time, we've seen cases of those who would take advantage of that suffering for their own gain. This bill seeks to assure that folks who are already down are not kicked again. It was also brought to my attention that Maine law may already require no more than the monthly billing. I still wanted to bring this to the committee and make sure that is the case, because I am no expert. And I did have to consider that this practice would be coming from companies that are providing federally secured student loans to our children at rates 3 or 4 times that at which secured loans can be obtained, and whose recipients are not allowed to renegotiate those bills. I also saw some pretty bad activity many years ago here in Camden when MBNA was operating here, and its CEO used to fly in senators and executives and all, and ended up with being able to charge 29% or more on credit card balances. So it speaks to the respect I have for one of the lobbyists who I think is going to testify here, that I could have considered pulling the bill based on his word, but just wanted to make sure you were all aware of this, that you could decide this, since it's important, and I'm not as trusting as I should be nowadays. Thank you for consideration. I'm glad to answer any questions.
Questions for Senator Mearmont from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Senator Mearmont, for your testimony, and we will turn to ask if there's anyone else in the queue who's speaking in favor of LD 1119. Seeing none, I'm going to turn to those who are speaking in opposition to the bill and ask Robert Caverly to please join us. Mr. Caverly, welcome.
Yes, good morning. Well, almost 2 minutes to go. Good morning, Representative Tepler, Senator Sanborn, and members of the committee. We did submit written testimony. I'm not going to read it all, just to try to be cognizant of time. Our main concern has to do with federal preemption and making sure that we have an even playing field for state chartered credit unions and federally chartered credit unions, and how this bill may interplay there. So, and that is basically it. So I want to be respectful of everybody's time. No lunchtime's approaching, and that was our biggest concern. So thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Caverly. Any questions from the committee for Mr. Caverly and the Maine Credit Union League? Seeing none, thanks for your testimony. And the next person we'll call speaking in opposition to the bill will be Ms. Kanaboris of the Maine Bankers Association. Welcome, Ms. Kanaboris.
Well, good morning, Representative Tepler. I don't know if Senator Sanborn's there. It's Senator Sanborn and members of the committee. My name is Kathy Kanaboris, and I'm the Vice President of Government Relations at the Maine Bankers Association. We also did submit written testimony that I will not completely read, but I just wanted to let you know that the Maine Bankers Association is testifying in opposition to this bill because we believe Maine's Truth in Lending Act and the Federal Truth in Lending Act already protect customers regarding statement scheduling and payment due dates. Excuse me. Both the state and federal Truth in Lending Acts mandate that a periodic statement be mailed or delivered at least 21 days before the payment due date. Also, they require that the payment due date be the same day each month. I did attach references to that in my written testimony if you would like to review it. And just to point out, Maine is only one of 5 states with its own Truth in Lending Act. The Maine law applies to state chartered banks, but it does not apply to federally or nationally chartered banks. The national banks follow the federal act. And I think that's really it. Our opposition really was that we believe that existing Maine Truth in Lending law and the federal law do protect customers in regards to the statements and the payments. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kanaboris. Any questions from the committee for Ms. Kanaboris? Okay. Seeing none, I will point out to the committee that Mr. Lorendo of the Maine Bureau of Financial Institutions has submitted written testimony, neither for nor against as well. Is there anyone else in the queue who would like to speak in opposition to this bill? Is there anyone else who would like to speak neither for nor against this bill? Seeing none, I will close the hearing on LD 1119, and that is our last hearing of the morning. Committee members, we have 2 more hearings beginning at 1:30 this afternoon, so you have time for a fairly leisurely lunch and to catch up on your email if you're anything like me. Are there any questions from the committee before we take a break from public hearings? No, any announcements, Colleen or Christian?
None for me.
Okay. So everybody have a good lunch, bon appetit, and we'll see you at 1:30. Christian, can we notice that it's 1:30 and go back into the other format? Thank you. And I'll ask committee members to please come back. Those who are still on, please rejoin us. I know that Representative Brooks is presenting a bill in another committee this afternoon. Oh, welcome back, Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn, did you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. I'm Heather Sanborn. I represent Senate District 28, which is part of Portland and part of Westbrook. And I have my mask on because I am at my business.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the afternoon session of the Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services Committee. We have two public hearings this afternoon. One of them on LD 504, resolve regarding certification for certain mental health rehabilitation technicians, and LD 1085, an act relating to the use of genetic information for insurance purposes. So we're going to go in that order. We'll start with LD 504. And we'll ask Representative Sachs, the sponsor of the bill, to please join us and present us with her bill. Welcome, Representative Sachs.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Well, thank you so much, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and esteemed colleagues on the Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. My name is Melanie Sachs. I am honored to represent House District 48, which is Freeport and part of Pownell. I'm here before you today as the sponsor of LD 504, a resolve regarding certifications for certain mental health rehabilitation technicians. I was talking recently with a provider about the difficulties he experiences in both hiring and helping mental health rehabilitation technicians move to certification. He stated he did not want to be too dramatic, but to paraphrase, passage of this bill would rank right up there with marriage and the birth of his children as a joyful life event. So please let me explain. So mental health rehabilitation technicians, also I'm going to refer to them as MHRTs, provide community support services to adults living with mental illness. These important services include community integration, intensive case management, assertive community treatment, skills development, day support, and family psychoeducation. This position and certification of MHRT is unique to Maine. There is only one way to obtain MHRT certification: by demonstrating competency in 8 essential knowledge domains and taking an additional course specific to Maine's mental health system. Only one entity in the entire state, Muskie School Center for Learning, may grant this certification through a contract with the Department of Health and Human Services. The current system, while designed to assure that MHRTs are qualified and knowledgeable in their role, has been challenged to effectively move candidates through the certification process. Only one entity, as stated, may approve applications. And that length of time to approve the applications can be substantial. Only a small number of institutions in Maine are approved as having appropriately addressed all 8 domains. A BS in psychology, for example, from Husson College is listed as an approved degree, whereas a BS from Bates College is not. And you'll find in your testimony that, I'm not sure if she'll be here today, but a BSW at St. Joe's, for example, right here in Maine, is also not considered a waive-in. You then need to supply your credentials and transcripts, and they need to be reviewed, and that takes time. You may often be asked to take a supplemental course, which frankly may or may not add to your clinical knowledge, but it satisfies one of the 8 domains. If your transcript and additional coursework are finally approved, you must still take the time and expense to complete the additional course about Maine's mental health resources, even if your potential employer has on-the-job training that includes a review of the regulations and resources here in Maine. Positions are left unfilled and clients are left without service. So these MHRT roadblocks were addressed by the Working Group on Mental Health in January of 2020. The working group was established by LD 1602, some of you in the committee may remember, Resolve 2019 Chapter 100, and was comprised of legislators, mental health consumers, medical, correctional, behavioral health providers, and social service and advocacy organizations to make recommendations for the improvements of many facets of Maine's mental health system. They presented their final report to the 129th, and their recommendations were wide-ranging, substantive, recommending needed changes to the system of care, regulations, and resources. And yet this item of MHRT certification was identified as a key change needed to increase a vital workforce position. So their recommendation was to create a waive-in process within the Department of Health and Human Services for individuals to achieve mental health rehabilitation certification. These waivers exist for other programs, such as the home health coordinator position for members with serious emotional disturbance, thus working with similar clientele in the children's program. This position, the home health coordinator, is covered under Section 92 of the Maine Care Benefit Manual and has that automatic waive-in provision for applicable degrees or work experience without the need for extensive review. And I listed that, I popped that into my written testimony. I will not read the entire paragraph for you, but it does do exactly as I stated. That same waive-in language could be added to the MHRT certification, allowing providers to fill positions more easily, allow clients to be provided services, and applicants to fill a critical workforce shortage. So one final note, when I returned home to my state of Maine as a master's prepared licensed clinical social worker with 5 years of experience at that time, I reflect that I would have faced significant challenges receiving an MHRT certification. This is despite having received parity from the Maine Board of Social Work and Licensure and Education for my oddly named master's degree in Science and Social Administration from Case Western in Ohio, and their successful acceptance of my clinical exam and advanced licensure from Virginia. With 2 small children, a part-time direct service position as an MHRT might have been ideal for me, but I assuredly would have had to go through multiple costly steps to obtain that additional certification. As demonstrated, the gap between the efficiency and utility of the certification program is wide. LD 504 provides a pathway to fulfilling the recommendation of the Distinguished Working Group on Mental Health to create a waive-in provision for MHRT certification. It would ease the workforce shortage, allow clients to receive needed services, and allow jobs that are left languishing to be filled. I urge the committee to unanimously support LD 504, and I look forward to the work session and to your questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Sachs. Any questions from the committee for the representative? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. And I will now turn to others who are testifying in favor of the bill. And first on my list is Holly Kavanagh of Topsom. Please join us, Holly. Or Ms. Kavanagh.
Hello, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and honorable members of the Joint Committee on Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services. My name is Holly Kavanagh, and I'm a resident of Topsom, and I'm here to testify in favor of LD 504. In 2006, I graduated from St. Joseph's College of Maine with a bachelor's degree in social work. I was excited and enthusiastic to finally put my skills to use and help people. I returned to my hometown of Wiscasset and immediately started my job search, applying for any job I could find in the mental health field. Despite several interviews, I could not get a job. I was repeatedly told that I needed a certification I apparently did not qualify for. This was a mental health rehabilitation technician certified. I was informed that because I did not attend an accredited college, my classes, credits, and degree did not qualify me for the MERT-C. I was devastated to learn this and ended up working for a crisis stabilization unit in Augusta as a residential service worker with a MERT-1. Currently, and in the past, an individual with a high school diploma would qualify for a MERT-1 as long as they took necessary classes such as Certified Residential Medication Aid, CRMA, to pass meds, and or First Aid CPR. I would have had to go back to college or attend a training school and pay several $1,000s more to obtain my MERT-C, in spite of already possessing a bachelor's degree and passing all the necessary classes I already paid several thousands of dollars for, and I'm still paying off today. Eventually, I did decide to go to graduate school through Southern New Hampshire University in Brunswick to study community mental health. I graduated in 2012 and passed the exam to become a licensed counselor. Throughout my career, I've also earned a license in substance use disorders and have been credentialed as a certified clinical supervisor. Yet with all of these degrees and certifications, I still do not qualify for employment as a MERT-C. In my work as a manager for Tri-County Mental Health Services, I manage 4 residential programs, 2 community-based programs, as well as an assertive community treatment team. All of these programs serve and support individuals with severe and persistent mental illness. In my role as manager, my top priority is hiring and retaining qualified staff. Hiring over the past 3 years has been extremely difficult. Most of the resumes we've received have been from candidates with bachelor's degree in social work, psychology, or human services, but do not qualify for the MERT-C. It's been extremely disappointing to turn away so many willing, smart, and talented individuals solely because they do not qualify for this certification. It has made an already difficult workforce climate that much more difficult. To say this bill would be a game changer is an understatement. This would open up so many opportunities to bring out a new wave of talent that could add to an extremely limited applicant pool we have already available to us today. As always, the end point of our efforts is to serve those who rely on us for their services. I hope you will choose to support this bill so we can continue to meet our mission and serve those most in need. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Kavanaugh. Are there any questions for the committee for my constituent, Ms. Kavanaugh? Yes, Representative Quint, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for being here, Ms. Kavanaugh, and definitely for all the work you've put forward. In your position right now, do you need to have a CRMA or a CRMA on staff?
In my current manager position?
Yes.
I do not need to have a CRMA. I do have one so I can support my staff in the residential program if needed.
Okay, so do they have CRMAs then?
Correct.
Correct, and you've been through the program yourself?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
Sure.
Any other questions from the committee regarding Ms. Kavanaugh's testimony? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Kavanaugh, and we'll continue with those in support of the bill with Mallory Shaughnessy of Alliance for Addiction and Mental Health Services. Welcome, Ms. Shaughnessy.
Hi, there's always that brief moment when you're pending in this circular motion, waiting to come into the panel. Somewhat disconcerting. So good afternoon, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. My name is Mallory Shaughnessy. I'm a resident of Westbrook and the Executive Director of the Alliance for Addiction and Mental Health Services. Please accept this testimony on the behalf of the Alliance in support of LD 504. LD 504 is a very short bill. It does one very simple, specific thing. It also has a fiscal note that indicates a minor impact, quote, easily absorbed within existing budgeted resources, end quote. However, the positive impact that will be felt across the state on our community behavioral health services is immense. Over the past few years, I have been before you and many other legislative committees sharing concerns about the workforce shortages being faced daily by our safety net providers attempting to meet the growing needs within our communities. You have no doubt heard about the stagnant reimbursement rates in need of attention. You have no doubt heard about the high turnover rates and the long-term vacancies within these agencies. And you have no doubt heard about the closures of services and even agencies in the face of these problems. Today, I'm before you asking for support for a very specific, cheap, and simple bill that will eliminate one of the large unintended barriers faced by our agencies and many hopeful and qualified, as you've heard, community mental health workers. Below in my testimony, I also offer several examples from Alliance members that show barriers created by the current requirements to attain a certification as an MHRTC. I will not read them all to you, but I hope you will review them. Please support this mighty little bill with an ought to pass vote. Thank you, and I'd be happy to get you any additional information for the work session.
Thank you, Ms. Shaughnessy, and thank you for your brevity. We do have your written testimony available. Is there anyone on the committee with a question for Ms. Shaughnessy? Seeing none, I will point out to the committee that there are 2 other people who have submitted testimony on the bill, and ask if there's anyone else in the panel who would like to speak in favor of the bill. I'm sorry, in the attendees list, who would like to speak in favor of the bill. Yes, I see a raised hand. Welcome, Mr. Strick.
Apologies, I may have not clicked the right button when I submitted testimony. Thank you, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and committee members for this opportunity to testify in support of LD 504. My name is Ben Strick, and I'm the Director of Adult Behavioral Health for Spurwink Services. LD 504 will help Maine people experiencing mental illness by increasing access to much needed services. It will help address our behavioral workforce crisis and do so at no additional cost to the state. Spurwink currently has 1,053 employees and 117 open positions. My program is looking to hire 10 additional MHRTC positions over the next year and has had vacancies posted since May of 2020. The current Section 92 behavioral health home regulations allow anyone with a bachelor's degree in a related field to become a children's care coordinator without additional certification. The same position serving adults is required to have an MHRTC. It is common for adult programs to compete with child providers for the same quality staff. We will have a recent graduate from USM, Bates, Bowdoin, or Colby who seems like a perfect candidate. Before making an offer, we have to ask the candidate to apply for their MHRTC. With a competing offer on the table from a child serving provider and an uncertain, potentially costly certification process, adult behavioral health loses out. Unfortunately, the struggle extends beyond bachelor's level candidates. With a recent master's in social work from the University of New England, one of my staff was able to qualify for only a provisional certification. I also teach in the Human Services Department at Southern Maine Community College. My course is a core requirement for the MHRTC certification. I tend to have 2 types of students: high school graduates not quite ready for a 4-year degree program, and individuals looking for a midlife career change. The MHRTC is perfect for these candidates. However, with experience running behavioral health programs and teaching MHRTC required courses, it is clear that bachelor's level candidates are well prepared for the field. Any knowledge gaps are easily addressed through Maine Care required weekly supervision with licensed master's level supervisors. We should be encouraging our bachelor's level candidates to pursue their masters, not spending limited resources on MHRTC certification. Please help address the behavioral health workforce crisis. Remove the barriers to keep well-educated and well-qualified bachelor's level applicants from serving adults with serious mental illness. I ask that you please support this legislation. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Strick. And in fact, I do have your notice of wishing to speak here. It just came in a little late and I forgot to refresh my my page. So
Thank you.
I apologize, but glad you were good enough to raise your hand. Are there any questions from the committee for Mr. Strick? Yes, Representative Quint, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Strick. I totally understand. Okay, I am unmuted. I understand definitely the shortages that are there. I was just wondering if you can speak to the issues of someone coming out and working with disabilities can be at times a little different than someone working maybe with an adult with a behavioral problem that's much bigger. And you said that you felt that someone with a bachelor's degree coming out was able to do this position. And I'm just wondering what sort of training would they have after graduation coming into this to prepare them for that? Like, I have no problem with this bill. I genuinely don't. I'm just wondering about that aspect of it.
So I apologize, you cut out briefly. So the question is, what training do folks coming out with a bachelor's degree have that qualifies them to work with adults with serious mental illness?
Yes.
Yep. And as opposed to working with children? Sure. I think the challenges working with children and in children's systems, having worked in both extensively, are really very similar to the problems faced when working with adults. And I would say that the needs of staff are also very similar. I can speak to what our agency provides. So there's an initial orientation that all staff go through that includes philosophical orientation, as well as things like the rights of recipients and the consent decree and other kind of crucial aspects of Maine's behavioral health system. And then we go through often a shadowing process with existing staff. So you'll go with a more experienced care coordinator and spend time with them. And then you'll have supervision with a master's level supervisor. So for the behavioral health home, that's a licensed clinical professional counselor who has her LADC and CCS, who will meet with you at least an hour a week, but likely much more in the beginning. And if you're on the ACT team, it's likely that your supervisor is going to be going out with you to meet with clients in the beginning. So there's this multi-level support provided to all staff. There's no way that a course is going to teach you what you need to be able to meet the needs of a diverse population, all the resources in your community. I work in Portland and I know the resources in Portland really well. I also know Ms. Kavanagh, and I wouldn't dream of trying to meet the needs of somebody in Lewiston, Auburn. I would call her and ask. So it's the on-the-ground coaching, support, and supervision, and then the ongoing training that we provide to our staff that allows them to provide a good service. I think the key is really that within the regs, whether it's ACT or Section 92 or 93 behavioral health, opioid health homes, staff are required to meet with a licensed master's level clinician for an hour a week. So there is ongoing support and supervision for staff, really for the duration of their work in the position.
Thank you very much. That was a good explanation for me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strick. Any other questions for Mr. Strick? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony. And having refreshed the page, I see there is testimony from Jessica Pollard of the Office of Behavioral Health, DHHS, that was submitted today. And so if folks haven't looked at that, they might. It's neither for nor against providing information. And Is there anyone else that I've missed who would like to testify in favor of this bill who is in the attendee queue? Seeing none, I'll move on to opponents of LD 504. Are there any opponents of LD 504 who would like to speak? Seeing none, I'll move on to neither for nor against and ask Samantha Warren of the University of Maine System to please join us. Welcome.
Good afternoon. That lapse is a little disconcerting. Good afternoon, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and distinguished members of the committee. I am Sam Warren. I'm Director of Government and Community Relations for the University of Maine System. And I'm here today on behalf of faculty and staff from across our system to share some of our thoughts related to this bill. And I also submitted written testimony earlier today that you should have. We want to be very clear that we appreciate the thoughtful work of the Working Group on Mental Health and applaud many of its recommendations, including those to strengthen and grow the mental health workforce through tuition reimbursement and relevant licensing reciprocity. However, there was widespread belief among our faculty, literally from Portland to Fort Kent, that the Working Group's recommendation at issue today is unnecessary, as there are already multiple academic and non-academic pathways to achieve this competency-based certificate. And I have attached an overview of those to my testimony. Additionally, relevant work in adult mental health can be considered as part of the application for certification. For nearly 3 decades, the University of Southern Maine's Muskie School of Public Service Center for Learning has administered the mental health certification programs on behalf of the Department of Health and Human Services. As this committee may be aware, and I think was spoken to earlier by the sponsor, through an inclusive stakeholder process, Maine made a number of improvements to the certification process at issue today that went into effect as the working group was meeting. And so there was a little bit of I would say, an overlap in the working group developing its recommendations and this new process going into effect. The certification now requires mastery of 8 competency domains, which Representative Sachs spoke about. And these competency domains were selected by the stakeholder group because they're deemed foundational for those working with adults living with serious mental health. With serious mental illness in community settings. And some of these competencies, domains, which are all attached to the testimony, are things like ethics and professional conduct, trauma and resiliency, vocational support, things I think we could all agree we would want individuals working in this field to be up to speed on. A number of Maine colleges and universities, including those within our system, aligned their degree and certificate programs to satisfy these competencies. I think I heard a mention earlier of a social work degree from UNE not meeting the requirements, but as of fall of 2019, they do. And I encourage you to visit the website that's linked in my testimony, which overviews the multiple pathways, academic and non-academic pathways, including 2, 4, and graduate degree programs in social work, human services, psychology, and behavioral health. Other changes made at this time, which you should be aware about, is that the certificate moved from a lifetime certification to one that requires renewal every 2 years and also requires 18 hours every 2 years of continuing education. We should be proud of this progress, which we anecdotally hear is improving the quality of services. And there's more detail in my testimony about the certification process. There's also detail about what happens when someone comes for certification who maybe meets a number of the competency domains, but not all of them. For example, some social work programs may provide the education and training to meet most of their domains, but may lack the the curriculum to fulfill the vocational support competencies. So in that case, the individual would get a provisional certification, which you heard about today. And then there are currently 19 approved courses or course combinations available at Maine institutions that would allow them to fulfill that competency and ultimately get their full certification. The fact that more than 500 individuals currently hold a provisional certification at this time shows that there is a pathway. It's not an all or nothing proposition, and that the program does work to get individuals into the workforce and then ultimately up to their full certification. Also wanted to share the perspective from our faculty. They felt that the existing pathways were appropriate and numerous enough that those who are adequately prepared for this important work can achieve certification. And they worried that a blanket allowance of mental health related degree programs would not include the essential competencies, knowledge, and standards, and could result in a reduction of quality of care, as well as create safety, ethical, and legal concerns. I want to be clear why I'm here today and not all of these experts. Because the folks at Muskie are a subcontractor of DHHS, they did not feel comfortable today appearing in this setting, but they welcome participating in a work session and answering informational questions. With that, I'm happy to take your questions to bring back to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Warren. I have a question I will ask real quickly before I turn to the rest of the committee. Since the changes in the certification process from 2019, have you seen an increase in the number of people becoming certified? And not provisionally certified, but fully certified?
I'm happy to get that information in a work session. I'll get it to you actually in advance of the work session. I understand from our staff that there are some challenges in getting great numbers because there are people with a license that was in place prior to 2019, and then there are those who are now renewing every 2 years, but I'll get you complete data on the program this week.
Great, because I'm just asking this because the concern of the sponsor of the bill and those testifying in favor of it is growing a workforce that seems to be problematic. Any questions from other members of the committee? Yes, Representative Evans, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Warren, would there be any proposed amendments that you may wish to bring forward to push the bill forward based on your testimony so far?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. One of the things we talked about among our faculty, and again, when I sent this bill out to faculty, I heard back literally Fort Kent, USM, UMaine, UMA. I mean, there was just concern across our faculty about this, and we talked about that. What is a reasonable path forward? And I think what is happening now is, as we ourselves are evidence of, is that as these competencies are in place, institutions are bringing their programs in alignment with those competencies. There are certainly challenges to that because we also have to have our programs aligned with national accreditation standards, which, as I noted in my testimony, can sometimes be inflexible, and so that's a constant challenge. And I think there, social work was an example where the national accreditation body is a little more rigid, and so it's challenging to incorporate these competencies. But I think institutions are working on that, and we certainly have within the system. And if you look at the website linked, you'll see when some of those other academic programs have come into the fold of being compliant. I think there are now 16 programs or 16 different institutions in the state. Again, community colleges, public universities, and private universities, 2-year, 4-year, and graduate programs that offer a pathway to this certification without any additional requirements except for a 1-hour online course specific to working in this field in Maine. So given that, I don't have specific amendments because we think our perspective is that the process is working, but I'll certainly based on the concerns raised by others who testified, I'll follow up with the committee on that.
Yes, Representative Warren has a question. Go ahead, Representative Warren. I'm sorry. My mouth gets a little tangled up sometimes. I apologize, Representative Melorano. You have a question for Ms. Warren.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Warren. This may be a question for someone else, actually, but I didn't know if you happen to know whether so the MHRTs, are they expected to have all of their trainings for certification before they get hired by their employer? Or typically do the employers hire folks and then pay for put them through these trainings that then certify them to be MHRTs? Could be a question for someone else, but thank you.
It's a great question. I can't speak to the employer component. I can say that I focused my testimony today on the academic pathways because that seemed to be a greatest issue today, but there are non-academic pathways being developed in partnership with the state right now. And then there is also work experience. So if someone has been working in the field, they can, and again, can demonstrate mastery of these critical competencies, they can become certified, is my understanding. But in terms of what an employer is looking for, I would want to speak to that. And I just pulled up the numbers. Representative Tepler, I don't think this addresses your complete question, but just to build, I mentioned that there are more than 500 individuals with provisional certifications right now. There are about 1,800 individuals with full active licenses at this time. And again, I'll get some data as to whether that has accelerated or not since the more rigorous standards were put in place in 2019.
Thank you, Ms. Warren. And Representative Melorano, there are some written testimonies from case managers which at least partially address your question, I think, that are available now. And some of these testimonies we may not have been able to read ahead of time because they were mostly submitted today. So just, I want to say while we're talking to the people who are out there, the committee will not have read your testimony ahead of time if you submitted on the day of the hearing. Thank you. So please get your testimony in as early as possible. Representative Matheson has a question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mrs. Warren. Just wondering if we could get some information on other outside of Maine that would have the requisite requirements that would apply to this certificate if someone's coming in from New Hampshire, Massachusetts, or cross state. That would be great to have for the work session, please.
Yes, and Representative Quint, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Warren. I'm not sure if you're the person to answer this question, but hopefully someone can get this information going forward. Say someone just graduated, they hadn't done the requisites for this certification. On average, how long does it take from start to finish in order to meet all of these guidelines? Is there some of the organizations that I deal with, they have CRMA, they have all different sorts of personal care attendant trainings they have to take, but we do have a systematic amount of time that it usually will take for that to occur if people are working towards it. I'm just wondering if we have any timeline or guidelines at all.
I'm happy to ask folks at the Muskie School about that. it's likely that there's not a hard and fast answer. Some of the domains, I think all of the domains, there is one class you could take, one course that you could take that would allow you to achieve that competency. In a couple of cases, there are combinations of courses, which would be a different timeline. And so I think it probably depends on how many domains you still have to fulfill. And again, and this would be something that the state could probably speak better to, but there is currently a non-academic pathway that's being developed that would be probably shorter than, enrolling at UMaine and, taking a full social work program, or even taking one course in a given semester. And so that's being developed. And I think some trainings, it's a train the trainer model. And I believe the first trainings are happening this summer. And in theory, that would be a more accelerated pathway. So I would defer to the state to provide more details on that. But I'll see what we can provide with some averages for sure.
Thank you so much.
Any further questions from the committee for Ms. Warren? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Ms. Warren. That is the end of my list of people giving testimony. Is there anyone in the attendee queue who would like to give testimony on LD 504? Nope. Seeing none, I'll bring the hearing on LD 504 to a close and move on to LD 1085, an act relating to the use of genetic information for insurance purposes. And I will invite our sponsor, Representative Hymanson, who is now in the attendee list, to join us and please present her bill. Welcome, Representative Hymanson.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. I present to you LD 1085, an act relating to the use of genetic information for insurance purposes, which prohibits the use of genetic information to be used for any insurance purpose unless the person has a medical condition related to the genetic test. This bill came out of a recent personal experience, a recent article in the New England Journal of Medicine called Banning Genetic Discrimination in Life Insurance, Time to Follow Florida's Lead, and I put the reference number for the journal, and the comments that accompany it, and a new similar law in Florida, now in force since July 1st, 2020. I put the section of Florida law. I've spoken to representatives of the insurance industry about this bill, also with Ben Yardley and Mr. Chapa in the Bureau of Insurance, and I appreciate the conversations. It's been very interesting. When I spoke with the Director of Genetic Counseling and Senior Director of the Cancer Genetics Program at the Massachusetts General Hospital, Kristen Mahoney Shannon, who told me I could quote her, she said this bill was, quote, spot on, end quote. I'll start with my personal experience. Last year, my husband had a genetic test to make sure he was not a carrier for a mutation that might have been handed down to him from close family members that might have both affected him and our children. We were relieved he was not a carrier. When we filled out the forms, there were 3 pages of other genetic markers we could check. These were all susceptibility markers, meaning if he had the gene, he would be susceptible to developing the disease, but it was not a certainty. In fact, many of these markers are new, and it is unclear how they predict the disease and if the person if the person could do or stop doing something to modify the risk. The results of these markers would go into his medical record, and we were not sure who could discover them. Life insurance companies can discover them. The Health Insurance Genetic Information Non-Discrimination Act of 2008, or GINA, which is a federal law, thus affecting all 50 states, mostly keeps health insurance companies and employers from discriminating on the basis of information that might be found in genetic testing. The Affordable Care Act, also a federal law, thus affecting all 50 states, explicitly protects against discrimination not only of pre-existing conditions, but of pre-existing conditions that are found as a result of genetic testing. So the health insurance and employment are really the only two protected areas. Discrimination in life insurance, disability, and long-term care insurance are still possible when underwriting can still use genetic testing found in medical records to raise rates, even if there is no medical problem. Knowing this genetic information is discoverable can keep people from getting the tests they need. This is why the director of genetic counseling at the Massachusetts General Hospital this is what the director of genetic counseling at the Massachusetts General Hospital told me. She said, uncertainty about the use of testing by the insurance industry, quote, hinders, end quote, the patients and the surgeons need to know. The decision to have a genetic test is tough enough without factoring in insurance underwriters. Genetic testing should be timely for an at-risk person. Family history and medical conditions contained in the medical record are the usual tools for underwriting, and they seem to have served the profitable insurance industry well. Genetic testing is advancing in leaps and bounds. We will have polygenetic risk scores that tell you what you might be at risk for, so you can understand how to modify your behavior and treatments. People should not hold back from genetic testing for financial reasons and reasons other than their personal and family health. There are complexities around the economics of prohibiting life insurance companies from using genetic information, and you will hear these from the opposition. However, we should prohibit the use so the promises of genetic testing to improve our lives stays cleanly with us seeking medical care. From that position, then the insurance companies can come to the legislature and argue why they need the information. In my discussions with the people I discussed this with, I heard from the insurance industry and the Bureau of Insurance, and this isn't in my written testimony, but I do want to submit an addendum if I can figure out how to do that, probably through the portal. So I wanted to answer the 4 concerns that I heard from them that you'll be probably hearing about. The first is that there's an imbalance of information when insurers do not have the same information concerning consumers' health. However, my answer to that is that traditional underwriting criteria such as current health status, family history, personal medical history, age, lifestyle, environmental exposure, both good and bad, amount of coverage sought relative to income, have produced a robust insurance business. The very few examples of lethal, high penetrance genetic diseases that even more rarely do not have a family history. Huntington's disease is usually cited, and that has a family history. And it's rare, and it's extraordinarily rare not to have a family history, are not enough to hinder the substantial health benefits people would gain if they do not see a financial barrier to testing. Those who test benefit. Those who do not, because of a financial barrier, are less healthy because they do not concentrate on their risk factors as much. The second is that there are ways people can get around the system. So why not do that? The ways they can get around the system are to get genetic testing after a policy is written, or they can find an ethical company to work with. They can shop for that, knowing what they're looking for. But both of these workarounds demand patients working the system, and that's not right. The third is that reinsurance industry would have a bigger risk. But they point to the extremely rare situations that family and current medical problems can demonstrate. You don't need the genetic information for those. The fourth is that we are a small state and we would lose willing insurers. Florida has this, it's the first in the nation state that has this law. It went into effect July 1st. And I'm seeking out conversations with their insurance commission. And I'm hopeful that I'll get some answers about what their barriers have been or what's happened since July 1st, so I can report that to you. But I will say that there's an overestimation of the importance of genetic information, especially in contrast to the health benefits. Thank you for hearing my testimony, your concentration, attention, and consideration. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Representative Hymanson. Questions from the committee for Representative Hymanson? I have one, Representative Hymanson. Can you talk about this distinction between genetic information that implies susceptibilities versus genetic information that that tells one that one is actually a carrier for a disease?
Sure, thank you for the question. They're all really susceptibility markers. So if you carry the susceptibility for a disease, there's generally there's no expectation that you could get the disease if you, and this is why it's important for people to know, because there are certain things you can do. You know, if you're a BRCA gene carrier, you can get mammograms or MRI, breast MRIs every 6 months, or you can choose to have a bilateral mastectomy. So knowing that information might save you from the disorder, but there's no certainty that you would have that disorder. It's a susceptibility gene. There are some genes that I mentioned, Huntington's disease. If you carry the disease, then you will get the disease. And those are rare. You'll hear about Huntington's disease because it's terrifying, but there will be a family history. And it's extraordinarily rare. Maybe if someone was adopted and didn't know their family history, you have to kind of make this up. But when I talk to the reinsurance industry, this is the case that they bring to me. What about Huntington's disease? So, so they mostly are all susceptibility markers. And pretty soon we'll have, within the next 10 years, we'll have panels that we can get that look at susceptibility to, hypertension, hypercholesterolemia, stroke, everything more, even more than cancer. But we should be able to control that information without thinking that that'll haunt us through financial concerns. Does that answer your question? Did I answer it?
Pretty much, Representative Hymanson, thank you. Yes, to the extent that one can, I think.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Any other questions from the committee for Representative Hymanson? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. And we will turn to other opponents of the, proponents of the bill, those in favor of the bill. And we'll ask Dan Moran to please join us on behalf of the Maine Medical Association.
Good afternoon, Representative Tepler, members of the committee, and I think Senator Sanborn was there earlier. And if she is there. Good afternoon to her also. My name is Dan Moore, and I'm the Director of Communications and Government Affairs for the Maine Medical Association, and I am here to testify in support of LD 1085, sponsored by Representative Hymanson. First, in the research I've done on this and talking to members, I came across an American Medical Association policy that took a look at GINA, the law that Representative Hyman mentioned, and identified some gaps. Most notably, the federal law, quote, leaves individuals vulnerable to discrimination in areas such as life, long-term care, and disability insurance, and does not extend to certain sectors of the population. If you look at the current law and what this replaces, I'm no lawyer, but looking at that, the first two parts pretty much look to reiterate what exists at the federal level for health insurance, but in second, it looks like under current law, insurers for life, long-term care, disability could use and or require genetic predispositional testing unless it was deemed unfair by the insurance superintendent. And although Superintendent Choppa's history, experience, and talent is unquestioned, we prefer this to be in statute. And then under 4, though insurers couldn't use genetic testing without written consent, would they be able to deny insurance if they knew you had a DTC test result and did not share those results with them? You'll see the bullets why we support this bill. Not all genetic tests have high predictive power. Predisposition doesn't necessarily mean the disease will develop. You heard Dr. Hymanson talk about Huntington's disease. That's only one of the types of genetic disorders, and it's rare, as she said. More importantly and more prominently is multifactorial diseases. These are diseases such as breast cancer, ovarian cancer, heart disease, diabetes, MS, Alzheimer's. It has to do with interactions of multiple gene mutations. A vast majority of the diseases fall into this, tens of thousands. There are 2 stages, and those in particular are genetic disorders where a predisposition doesn't necessarily mean the disease will develop. You know, why do this? If insurers are allowed to require an individual to undergo genetic testing as a condition of long-term care insurance, for example, without restriction, discrimination will be likely. The insurers could be able to determine an individual's predisposition for diseases like Alzheimer's and deny coverage completely for long-term care based on that. So those are the reasons why we support it. We urge the committee to vote ought to pass, and we'd be available to provide any additional information. And we do have a member who has a really long history and unique expertise in this, who brought this bill up and is very interested in it. They couldn't be here today, but with proper notice, and that's on me, I could have them available for the work session to answer any specific genetic questions related to medical care that you may have. Thanks, Representative Tepler and members of the committee, for letting me comment today.
Thank you, Mr. Moran. And yes, we did have a 2-week window for the announcement of this public hearing, just for the public to know that.
Oh, no, he couldn't make it today. I just was saying it's on me for the work session. Thank you.
Okay. So are there members of the committee with questions for Mr. Moran?
Trust me, I got all that information from physicians. I'm not going to be able to help you on any clinical stuff. So that's way over my skis.
Thank you, Mr. Moran, for your testimony. And is there anyone else in the attendee queue who would like to testify in favor of LD 1085? Seeing none, I will move to those speaking against the bill. And I'll first ask the Superintendent of Insurance to please join us and give his testimony. Please go ahead, Superintendent Choppa.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Representative Tepler. And good afternoon, and Representative Tepler, members of the committee. I'm Superintendent of Insurance, Eric Choppa, and I'm here to testify in opposition to LD 1085. This bill repeals all sections of the current law prohibiting unfair discrimination by insurers, including on the basis of direct-to-consumer genetic information or testing without the informed written consent of the individual who has been tested. In its place, the bill would insert a provision prohibiting, after January 1, 2022, a health insurer, life insurer, or long-term care insurer from taking various forms of adverse action based on genetic information absent a medical diagnosis related to genetic information. This bill would also prohibit these types of insurers from asking for or requiring genetic information using genetic test results or considering a person's decisions concerning genetic testing for any insurance purpose. This prohibition applies to insurers that issue individual or group hospital, health or dental insurance, or life, credit life, disability, long-term care, accidental injuries, specified disease, hospital indemnity, or credit accident insurance or annuities. The bill would allow insurers to consider medical diagnosis based on the results of genetic tests. As a regulator of Maine's insurance market, I am also concerned that the overall market be stable and that coverage in all lines be available as possible, consistent with responsible underwriting practices. Underwriting is an essential part of evaluating the risks that customers present, and to that end, it is appropriate for insurers to have the same information as the applicants have. However, insurers should not be allowed to require consumers to obtain genetic tests. That decision should solely be rest with the consumer. Lack of balance in information relationship can lead to instability in the market and result in adverse selection. This can result in higher premiums for everyone. This is why I oppose this bill. And I should say, in my travels, when I was able to travel, when meeting with company executives, they had limited time in my meetings, and they expressed universally concern with this issue. I'm not saying they completely understand, and I'm not discounting representatives' perspective on the genetic testing. And it may be more education is needed with insurers as to what these tests truly mean. But I just think it's important to note that there is broad concern across the industry with this imbalance of information. Underwriting varies from line to line. For example, major medical health plans may not require or use genetic information for any insurance purposes. Insurers in other lines may not unfairly discriminate in deciding whether to accept a risk or how much premiums to charge. Current law, which the bill would repeal, defines unfair discrimination as applying a genetic test results in a manner that is not reasonably related to anticipated claims experience. This bill appears to change the standard from unfair discrimination to full prohibition against use of genetic information absent a medical diagnosis. If this bill were to pass as currently written, we do not see a change in how major medical plans would operate. These plans must be offered to all consumers on the same terms, subject to a uniform rating plan that does not consider any health factor other than the consumer's age. This bill would make changes to possible collection and use of the genetic data, not only for long-term care and life insurance, but also for dental, disability, credit life, accidental injury, specified disease, hospital indemnity, and credit accident. Some of these, such as dental insurance or annuities, have never had genetic testing. Others, which I referred to a moment ago, are currently subject to the no unfair discrimination standard and are medically underwritten and are priced based on the insurer's evaluation of risk during underwriting. Thank you. I'd be glad to answer any questions now or at the work session.
Are there any questions for the superintendent? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Superintendent, and we'll call on Ms. McHale, also in opposition to LD 1085. You're here. Welcome, Ms. McHale.
Thank you so much, Representative Tepler, Senator Sanborn, and members of the committee. Thank you again for having me back this afternoon. Again, I'm Vivian McHale, and I represent State Farm, and we are here testifying in opposition to LD 1085. I won't take a lot of your time because I believe that Superintendent Chapa really summarized a lot of our concerns with this bill, but I think it's really important to know. I'll start out by saying that State Farm does not require genetic testing for its life insurance, and is long-term care policies, that they no longer provide long-term care policies, but they do still service them. But genetic testing is not required. However, I respectfully point out that Representative Hymanson did say that there are complexities to this bill and to testing. And the reality of some of those complexities is that they result in the financial, the difficulty and the burden on rating to insurers is affected when in a long-term care policy, and it's important, I think, to distinguish between the blanket effect that this bill has on healthcare policies and longer-term protection policies. With long-term care insurance and life insurance, insurers have one chance to have a snapshot of an applicant's risk. And then the underwriting and needing to take in all the information to accurately gauge that risk to make sure that premiums are collected, so that premiums can be paid in accordance with the applicant's, the entire population of applicants' risk is essential to making those risk assessments. I think it's important also to note that denial of access to the genetic information we're talking about here could also mean that some applicants with serious conditions that are not genetically linked could be denied insurance or charged higher rates, while applicants with some known serious genetic diseases could not disclose or adversely select and obtain coverage at sometimes lower rates. And those restrictions could also result, this is another unintended consequence, I think, of the unnecessary denial of insurance to people who are potentially insurable, but because taking a look at their family history, they look to be a higher risk to their insurance, but in fact, genetic testing results could ameliorate concerns about the individual's risk. So I believe that while the bill obviously it can conjure up some certainly sympathetic scenarios in which genetic testing sounds like a really scary and invasive thing, but the fact of it is there are protections in place, and the way insurance, the rating works and the way risk assessment works is that the even application of factoring in genetic testing results like other health results is essential to making sure that the market and the risk is spread out evenly, which is how insurance works. So I appreciate your time today, and I will be happy to answer any questions or gather further information for a work session.
There we go. I muted myself. But thank you, Ms. McHale, for your testimony, and turning to the committee to see if anyone has any questions for Ms. McHale. Nope, seeing none, we will proceed with those testifying in opposition. And next I'll call Dr. Bruce Margolis, Chief Medical Director for Pacific Life. Dr. Margolis, are you there? Ah, yes, there he is. Okay.
My apologies. Thank you. Good afternoon, and Senator Sanborn and Representative Tepler, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Dr. Bruce Margolis. I chair the American Council of Life Insurers, or ACLI, Risk Classification Committee, and am the Chief Medical Director for Pacific Life. I am here today to speak in opposition to LD 1085, which seeks to limit a life, disability, and long-term care insurer's use of genetic information in assessing the mortality or morbidity risk of an applicant. The process of insurance risk assessment, otherwise known as underwriting, considers an applicant's medical history to determine the level of mortality or morbidity risk an insurer will assume. Individual life, disability, and long-term care insurance are voluntary long-term products that are underwritten at the time of application. As Ms. McHale mentioned, this is a one-time event. There is no going back. This is in contrast with health insurance, which is underwritten on an annual basis and can be repriced according to prior experience. If an individual has a change in health or takes a genetic test after a life, disability, or long-term care policy is issued, it cannot be canceled or rewritten. When an individual applies for life, disability, or long-term care insurance with the applicant's authorization, medical information, and at times laboratory testing, such as blood and urine samples, are obtained. Insurance underwriters and medical directors review this information, which may include genetic information, to evaluate the mortality and morbidity risk based on sound actuarial principles or reasonably expected experience. Similar risks are placed into pools that are priced for the anticipated risk. In fact, every state's law requires insurers to treat similar risks similarly. For risks to be priced appropriately, there needs to be a level playing field of information between the applicant and the insurer. Should an insurer be restricted in its use of medical information known to the applicant, the risk may not be priced appropriately. The potential result of such information asymmetry is a situation known as anti-selection. Increasing levels of anti-selection can lead to cross-subsidization, which over time can lead to an increased cost of insurance to Maine residents. It is important to keep in mind that what life insurers are interested in is what is contained in the medical record that is pertinent to the risk being assessed. We are not interested in requiring or requesting a genetic test or analyzing an individual's entire genome or exome. Insurers are in the business to sell, not deny insurance. However, for insurers to maintain the best pricing for consumers, it is of utmost importance that there be that level playing field of information so that mortality and morbidity risk can be appropriately priced. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there questions from the committee for Dr. Margolis? While the committee is thinking, and I see some of them thinking, I am going to ask you a quick question, Dr. Margolis. How has the creation of the law in Florida affected your business in that state?
Well, I think it's too early to tell. We're a little more than 6 or 8 months since that was enacted, and it will take time for insurers to understand that impact.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Any other questions from the committee? Nope, seeing none. We will next turn to Dr. Paul Quartararo. That's a lot of RROs. Sorry, I hope I pronounced it correctly. Who is the Chief Medical Director and Vice President of New York Life. Welcome, Dr. Quartararo. Are you with us, Dr. Quartararo?
How about this? Is this better?
Well, we can hear you now. We couldn't before, so that's good.
That is a good thing. I'm sorry about that.
That's okay.
So good afternoon, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, members of the committee. I am Dr. Paul Quartararo, and I am the Chief Medical Director for New York Life Insurance Company. I am here today to testify in opposition to LD 1085. The key message I wish to share is that it is unnecessary and harmful to impose the limitations proposed by this bill. Our industry supports strong protections around genetic information and provisions that require an applicant's informed consent before we access genetic testing results or genetic information. We currently abide by a wide breadth of state and federal privacy laws and take our customers' privacy very seriously. Specifically, I would point out that New York Life does not require its applicants to take a genetic test, and we are not aware of any life insurer that requires its applicants to take a genetic test. You have heard that unlike health and property and casualty insurers, life insurers only get one opportunity to price their products accurately, and that risk can be on our books for decades. We cannot increase rates based on a genetic test that was obtained or on any other change of health that has occurred after the policy was issued. Life insurers would like to have access to the same information the applicant possesses, and that would include genetic test results and genetic information that is part of the routine medical file. Having access to that applicant's file ensures that we avoid adverse selection and provides us with the opportunity to sell more life insurance to more people at more affordable prices. We are in the business of protecting individuals with life insurance and financial security, but we must do it in a responsible fashion, consistent with accepted actuarial standards and reasonably anticipated claims experience. Again, it is important to note that New York Life does insure individuals who have abnormal genetic test results. As Representative Hymanson indicates, it is important to have a holistic view of the genetic test in the context of the applicant's overall mortality risk. To build upon Representative Hymanson's example of a gene test for a carrier state, we must remember that almost all carrier states have absolutely no effect upon the individual who is carrying the gene, and my company would take no adverse action against such an applicant. On the other hand, Representative Hymanson mentioned a susceptibility test. And if somebody does in fact have an abnormal genetic test, which indicates an increased susceptibility to developing a disease in the future, we look to the medical record to determine the level of risk and if the patient has taken action to protect their health. This is similar to someone who is at risk of a heart attack, for example, and we look to the medical record to determine if that person has taken steps to improve their health and reduce their risk of taking a heart attack. This bill would limit our ability to accurately assess the risk when comparing an individual who takes steps to improve their health compared to those who do not. Thank you for your time, and I am happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Quartaro. Any questions from the committee for the doctor? Yes, Representative Arford, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I have a question for the good doctor. I am very new to understanding this whole conversation and the field of genetic testing as it relates to this bill. I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. The only way that the insurer, whether they're medical, life, whatever type of insurance we're talking about, has access to genetic material is if the applicant willingly agrees to participate in some sort of a testing regimen and willingly agrees to allow the insurer to access that information.
I think you're about 90% correct in your knowledge of this. We do not ask and will not ask people to have a genetic test performed on them for the purposes of obtaining insurance. What we're saying is that if a genetic test is in the medical record, we would like to be able to use that the same way their own physician used it. So we're not asking people to submit to genetic testing, but if their doctor, in providing care to them that is appropriate to their medical conditions or their family history or their environmental exposure, needs a genetic test, and that doctor performs the genetic test and has it put into the medical record, we would like to be able to use that information.
So quick example, I know of
let me interrupt for 1 second, Representative Arford. Representative Arford, the difference between underwritten insurance and insurance that's not underwritten is one that we can discuss in another time if that's part of what you're not understanding. But also, we do not allow health insurers to access information of that type in Maine. So health insurers are exempt from that requirement. So please go ahead with whatever else you wanted to ask the doctor.
Again, I am not, if I'm asking a question that is unnecessary, I'm going to apologize in advance. But my quick question following up on what I just asked, I know of 2 instances where young women lost children in utero recently, and both of them underwent genetic testing to determine if there was a genetic cause for their loss of their unborn child. I don't know what happened, but that information would now be in their medical records. If they then went and applied for, let's say, life insurance, was that the type of information that might be made available?
Yes.
It might be available. However, I would point out that if someone suffers a fetal loss, which as we all know is a terrible thing, what's going to be in the record is the information as to why that happened. Usually, if there is a genetic abnormality, it's a genetic abnormality of the fetus, not of the mother. And therefore, there would be no adverse decisions rendered against the mother.
Well, this just makes this specifically to see if the mother was carrying something that then might cause her to lose a second child. That's why the testing was done. So anyhow, I don't want to belabor the point. Discuss this,
right, without knowing the specifics of this situation. We're in a hypothetical world, but I cannot think of, and I can tell you in 18 years of experience with New York Life, I have never seen a woman be rated or denied because of fetal loss.
If they did not want that information, though, to be shared with, for instance, the insurer, would they be able to state that? And would the information be kept confidential?
Yes, we can only look at information which people give us permission to look at. So if the mother said, you may not look at the records from the specialist who took care of me, then we would not be allowed to look at those records.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you for your question.
I'll ask a quick follow-up on Representative Arford's question. Would the fact of they're not permitting you to review existing genetic information lead to a denial?
It would depend on the situation. We've talked about the rare case of Huntington's disease.
Mm-hmm.
So if somebody has a family history of Huntington's disease and that's all we know, I would suspect that most companies would deny that person. However, if, again, I'll stick with that very rare case because it creates a black and white scenario for us. If somebody then had genetic testing and their genetic test showed that they were not carrying the gene for Huntington's disease, then we would insure them. The problem with the Florida law is that we are not allowed to look at that genetic information because there is no diagnosis present. So if you limit access to genetic information to only situations where a diagnosis is present, then how do you help people who have genetic information which tells us they're not going to get a diagnosis, tells us that they're not going to have the risk that we're worried about in their family history? I cannot take a favorable action and issue a policy to that person the way the law is written in Florida and the way the draft is written here, the proposal is written here in Maine.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Corr.
That's a big problem.
Yes, and Senator Brenner, thank you for your patience with me.
Of course, Madam Chair. Thank you for your the opportunity to ask a question. Dr. Quattaro, can you tell me how to say your last name, Quattaro?
Yeah, we say it Paul. Dr. Paul works.
Dr. Paul, awesome. I can do that. Dr. Paul, I just have some life insurance, like general business questions that I'm curious about. Can you just give me a sense of how large is the share of the marketplace of people that are interested in buying a life insurance product? And what's that, like, what's the socioeconomic, like, where are we, what crowd are we talking about here?
Well, I can't speak for the industry. I don't know those numbers. I have a sense of how my company positions itself as a middle market company. There are a variety of insurance companies in this country that appeal to all different levels. You know, there are insurance companies that sell to high net worth individuals, but there are also insurance companies that sell what you might consider final expense insurance, you know, for people of limited means who just need enough coverage to protect them and their families when they pass away, that there's enough money to bury them reasonably. So there's all sorts of different insurance companies out there, but my company does aim for Main Street.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Any further questions? Ah, yes, Representative Bleier, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Paul. My question is, if you're able to use genetic testing to either help a customer obtain life insurance or use it to help, portray the future of that customer, would you be able to provide insurance at a better rate?
Better than what?
Than what you're doing currently? Would you be able to underwrite a little more accurately, which would then in turn have better terms?
Yes.
Or...
So I implied in my presentation that if we know that the applicant, the patient, is taking care of themselves and they're getting the care that their doctor advises, and Representative Hymanson alluded to this also. You may have a woman who is BRCA positive, and the doctor says, well, you have some choices. You can, at one extreme end, have prophylactic surgery, but if that's not right for you, then maybe you need to have a mammogram once a year and a breast MRI once a year, and do them every 6 months so that we have a level of surveillance. And if the patient decides that they're going to do that, then their interests are aligned with the insurance company's interests and my interests, and we will offer that person a policy. On the other hand, if that person decides that their interests are such that they don't want to have the mammogram and they don't want to have the MRI, and they're just going to ignore the BRCA, even though they might have a strong family history and might have some risk conveyed by the gene or some environmental or lifestyle factors, well, that person is at a higher risk of developing breast cancer, and that person would very likely pay a higher premium. Now, let's take the next step, which is just because somebody develops a disease because they have a genetic predisposition or because there are some lifestyle factors that predispose them to that disease, it does not mean they're going to die. So that's why my company can still offer them a policy, and we do. And as you ask, Representative Blair, the question is, what's the level of risk? As we've said, the actuarial standards and the regulatory guidelines on us are such that we have to group like risks alike. So if I can differentiate between somebody who's trying to keep themselves healthy and somebody who's not, well, those are not like risks. Those are different risks. So they are required to get different premiums assigned to them. Similarly, I gave the example of somebody who's at risk of a heart attack, right? If somebody continues to smoke, does not become physically active, does not take their cholesterol medicine, does not take their blood pressure medicine, they're at a bad risk of getting a heart attack and dying from that heart attack. But if somebody stops smoking, loses weight, physically active, takes their cholesterol medicine, takes their blood pressure medicine, I can give them a much more favorable rate, and I'm happy to. We're in the business of selling life insurance. We're not in the business of saying, stay away.
Could I
Does that
follow
help,
up?
sir?
It does. Can I follow up? So then in reality, if genetic testing becomes a tool that you're able to use, the people who wish not to give their genetic information to you would then be at a higher risk.
It's potentially true that if somebody does not allow us access to their genetic information, we won't know the whole story and we can't assess the risk fully and give them all the benefits that we might give somebody who does have favorable genetic information and or favorable mitigation strategies to reduce their risk in the face of a genetic problem. And there's a little bit more complicated answer than I meant, but I think you followed it.
Okay, any further questions from the committee for Dr. Quartararo? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. And
thank you.
Next, I will call another doctor from RGA Reinsurance Company, whose name I will attempt to pronounce correctly, Dr. Renja Kari.
Thank you, Representative Tepler, Senator Sanborn, and distinguished members of the committee for this opportunity to testify in opposition to this bill. As Representative Hymanson alluded to, we have deep-seated concerns about the effect of the affordability and basic availability of life insurance for residents of Maine were this bill to pass. I think the question that we sometimes get a lot is, well, wait a second, why can't you just price this into your premiums, right? So I'd like to offer a couple of scenarios which would hopefully make that answer more clear. Let's say that we had an individual who, as a result of a genetic test, we understood that their life expectancy to be markedly shortened, let's say 10 years. Under this bill, the insurance company would be mandated to issue a policy that is actuarially unsound. You may come back and say, well, wait a second, we've just heard that these policies, that these conditions are overall kind of rare, right? Well, first of all, it's not limited to one condition. The SOA and the Canadian Institute of Actuaries have identified at least 13 medical conditions for which this information is quite material. But beyond that, let me also point out that what this bill would do would be to not allow the insurance company to limit the amount of insurance applied for if they otherwise qualify financially. So in the majority of cases, people actually, they apply for a fraction of the insurance that they qualify. But if you knew that your life expectancy was 10 years, it would be 100% logical for you to max that out at $3, $5 million, $10 million. And that becomes, that adds up, as you can imagine, very quickly there. But what I really need to make clear here, and I think we've touched on it, but what I need to make clear is that this is not limited to the residents of Maine, okay? Because now anybody from any state can come and purchase life insurance in Maine and get a policy that they would not be able to get in any other state of the country, with the exception of potentially Florida. And Representative Tepler, let me touch on one question or one answer that you raised earlier. Well, wait a second, what about Florida? That's been on the books since July, right? Aren't things going smoothly? I'll just like to point out that by my understanding that bill, while enacted in July, only applies to policies issued after January 1st of 2021. So if Maine were to share now in the burden of the nation's policies that are unsustainable anywhere else in the nation, between Florida and Maine, they would be doing so on 12 weeks of data. And if that sounds like hyperbole, let me put it in these terms. Would you drive 3 hours for $3 million? Would you take a $300 flight for $3 million? There. That's unfortunately the tip of the problems with the bill. So, for example, under this bill, and I know we've touched on it, if you have a negative test or favorable information, you cannot use that information in the insurance application process. We would essentially be taking the ownership of an individual's genetic data, what they wish to do with that information, out of their hands in the insurance application process. If we had direct information that the applicant was being directed out of state into Maine to achieve these type of policies, the insurance company would be powerless to protect the citizens of Maine at that point. If we had direct information that a group of policies were being crafted to specifically leverage the gaping loopholes in this bill, both the insurance company and the residents of Maine would be powerless. In closing, I want to make clear that my economic concerns with the bill are outweighed by my ethical concerns with the bill. I am truly empathetic to the story that Representative Hyman shared at the outset. The challenge is I don't hear stories only related to genetic information. On top of that application with genetic information is a firefighter with spinal cord injury and below that is a teacher with multiple sclerosis. Our basic guiding principle throughout all of this is that we don't play favorites with disease. We treat individuals with the same mortality equally throughout the insurance application process, and this bill would upend that principle. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ranjikari. Any questions for Dr. Ranjikari? Am I pronouncing your name correctly, Doctor?
Yeah, like Dr. Paul, I often go by Dr. Dave, and it's Rangachari for the for what it's worth.
Rangachari. Sorry,
Correct.
Dr. Rangachari. All right, questions for Dr. Rangachari? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. And next up, speaking in opposition to the bill is Ann Robinson. And we'll ask Ms. Robinson to join us. Come through the wormhole.
Thank you, Representative Tepler, Senator Sanborn, members of the committee. My name is Ann Robinson. I'm a lawyer with Pierce Atwood, and I'm here today to speak in opposition to this bill on behalf of ACLI, as well as UNUM. And we did submit testimony for ACLI, and I take your point in admonition, Representative Tepler, about the fact that obviously the committee won't have had an opportunity to read that yet. But just by way of reintroduction, ACLI is the leading trade association of the life insurance industry with 280 members, and UNUM is one of ACLI's member companies. It's had a presence here in Maine since 1881 and employs approximately 2,800 Mainers. So you've heard a lot of testimony today. I don't want to be redundant and repeat that. I'll just make a couple of quick points just to summarize, and that is, in order to have a vibrant private market for policies or products that are available to the most people at the lowest rates possible, it's critical that consumers share the relevant, and I think that's the key word, relevant information that exists at the time of the application. And as we've heard, that's one of the fundamental differences again between these lines of insurance and health is that this underrating occurs once, and can't be repeated. I also want to make a point. I think this is somewhat responsive to Senator Brenner's question, if I got that correctly, but and that is that according to at least one study or survey by the Life Insurance Market Research Association, life insurance today is more widely available and affordable than ever, and 90% of applicants who apply for life insurance policies receive a policy at standard or better rates. So I just offer that to you. And then, finally, I just want to point out that Maine's current law, again, requires that similar risks be treated in the same way, and that the treatment is justified by sound actuarial principles or actual or reasonably anticipated claims experience. And this law and the distinction between health insurance on the one hand and life, long-term care, disability, and so forth on the other has been recognized and codified in Maine for a while now. And this issue and this principle was revisited by the legislature as recently as 2019 when it considered a bill similar to the one that's before you today that would have altered that really important balance. So with that, I'll close. I'll be available at the work session, and hopefully one or more of the industry members that you heard from today will be able to join us, depending on when that is. But I thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer questions. And I also want to thank Representative Hymanson for taking the time to meet with us prior to the hearing. We certainly appreciated that and the conversation that we had with her. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Any questions from the committee for Ms. Robinson? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. That is the end of the list of the folks I have testifying in opposition to LD 1085. Is there anyone else in the queue who would like to testify in opposition to LD 1085? Seeing none, I'll go to those speaking neither for nor against and ask Mr. Yardley of the Bureau to join us. Mr. Yardley, are you there? There he is. Okay.
I am here, but honestly, I lost track of what we were doing, and so I'm not sure why I'm here.
You are listed on my list under LD 1085, an act relating to the use of genetic information for insurance purposes, as testifying neither for nor against the bill.
Then I think that the Bureau was in error because Superintendent Chapa has testified.
Yes, and he testified in opposition to the bill, so I was a little surprised, but thought perhaps you had some more information for us that we needed to hear.
We have a common surprise, shared surprise. So I have nothing to add.
Thank you, Mr. Yardley. Okay, so is there anyone else in the queue who would like to testify neither for nor against LD 1085? Yes, Ms. Ossenfort. Thank you. Please join us. Come through the wormhole.
Thank you, Representative Tepler and members of the Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services Committee. I wasn't planning to testify on the bill, but I did want to raise one concern with respect to the language. As you heard, both from Representative Hymanson and the Bureau, health insurers are prohibited from medically underwriting when we write a policy. So we cannot vary someone's premium based on their health status or any genetic information. But our concern with the bill is in section 2B, and it says that a health insurer may not request, require, purchase, or otherwise solicit genetic information or use genetic test results in any manner for an insurance purpose. But those genetic test results can sometimes influence what is considered medically necessary to treat someone or to diagnose. For example, if a woman has tested positive for BRCA1 or BRCA2, an MRI is automatically deemed medically necessary for her as a screening tool. Likewise, if they have a first-degree relative who's been tested positive, even if they have not, it's considered medically necessary. So the bill potentially would prohibit us from considering that information in determining the appropriate course of treatment or diagnostic tool for an individual. So we would suggest that you might, since health insurers are already prohibited from using genetic information for pricing purposes, you might want to remove us from the statute, or at least clarify that it can be used in determining an appropriate course of treatment. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have, and I will of course be present at your work session as well.
Thank you, Ms. Ossenfort. I have a quick question. Do you seek access to people's genetic information with their explicit approval or not with their explicit approval?
So it would be in their medical record if they have undergone the test as through their health and their provider. And sometimes genetic testing may be covered as medically necessary. For example, to determine if a woman carries the BRCA gene, we would, cover that testing. In other instances, it's not covered. It's considered not medically necessary or investigational, but it would only be through their medical records. We would not have access to a life insurer's test or something along those lines.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Austin-Ford. Any other questions from the committee for Ms. Austin-Ford? Seeing none, thanks for joining us briefly. Is there anyone else in the attendee queue who would like to testify on LD 1085? Seeing none, that brings to a close the public hearing on LD 1085. However, committee, please hang in there. I believe we do have some language review to do today with Ms. McCarthy-Reed. So
thank you.
Thank you. Please proceed, Ms. McCarthy-Reed.
Yes, thank you. I would like to do this really quickly for the committee. I did have an opportunity to email it out during the lunch break to the interested parties list and to the committee, but I'll pull up the 3 items that I wanted to have the committee take a look at quickly. The first is LD 523. This was previously voted on and the language was looked at by the committee when you took the vote on this bill. This was unanimous report. This was Senator Claxton's bill regarding prior authorization for prescription drugs, the providing access by providers to real-time information at the point of prescribing. And this is just the version of the amendment that I needed to send to the revisor's office, which is a little different than the version you saw as it was presented to the committee. But I'll just go over the summary for you just to refresh your memory about what this amendment would do and then show you the fiscal information, which is really the purpose of today's language review. But the amendment would clarify that carriers must also make prescription drug standards readily available to enrollees and providers, along with prior authorization standards. And then it also provides for a phase-in of the requirement that carriers would make available to providers in real time at the point of prescribing electronic benefit tools that are capable of integrating with their electronic medical record system. So not later than January 1 of 2022, a carrier shall make available one or more electronic benefit tools capable of integrating, and then no later than January 1 of 2023, carriers would be required to make available an electronic benefit tool that integrates with the particular electronic prescribing system or electronic medical record system that's used by a provider. It also makes a change to extend by 1 year the date by when the Bureau of Insurance is asked to monitor compliance with these requirements and report back to the legislature. So that's the amendment, and then you'll just see the second page is just the markup of the original bill, making those additional changes related to the dates and a clarification about the cost sharing information provided to providers. But the last page is the fiscal information, which we did not have when you looked at the amendment previously, and it just notes that any additional costs to the department to implement the provisions are expected to be minor and can be absorbed within their existing budgeted resources. So that was LD 523.
Any questions for Ms. McCarthy-Reed from the committee about LD 523? Can I just say that as I look at this, Colleen, I realize that it's probably going to need an update in the next session regarding timing of notification of changes to contracts, which we were just talking about in another bill. So that's something I'm just thinking about as we look at this and wonder about whether the updates to the electronic benefit system will be in real time or how often they'll be required. So just a thought.
I think we could probably think about that and talk about that in relation to our other bill, but it's a good point. I'll
Okay,
make a
thank
note.
you. Any other comments or questions from the committee about this bill before we send it off, probably to be voted on the House or Senate floor during,
Yes, should be ready for the next time you come into session.
yes, on the 28th.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. The next one is, this was a bill that was voted, it's a divided report. It was voted, the majority report was ought not to pass, but the minority report was ought to pass. This was a bill related to the clear choice designs issue and limiting that to just certain individual plans. The minority report was ought to pass, excuse me, but we didn't have the fiscal information when you took the vote, and the fiscal office has had a chance to review and determine that there's no fiscal note necessary. So I just wanted to make you aware of that. And so the bill can be reported out with a majority ought not to pass vote and a minority ought to pass report without any additional amendment for a fiscal note. So this one will be ready also to be reported out and considered during the next time the full legislature meets. And my expectation is that the Legislative Information Office will follow up with each of you individually in terms of signing or providing your authorization to sign those jackets for the divided report.
Yes, so please keep your eyes out for that note from either Casey Milligan or someone else in the Legislative Information Office, asking you to approve the report that you are on.
Yes, and my expectation of all of the pieces of bills that the committee has voted on up to this point, this is the only one that remains that's a divided report. So if there are any additional ones that you do have in work session that are divided in the future, they may be ready to be reported out by the 28th, but this is the only one I know of absolutely at this point.
Thank you, Colleen.
Sure. And then moving on to the last thing, this is LD 541. This is an act to improve healthcare data analysis. You had voted this bill previously, ought to pass as amended. And one of the provisions that was added was a specific designation that information reported to MHDO related to cancer incidence, registry data, and vital statistics by the Department of Health and Human Services that will now be linked with the paid claims information at MHDO. That was the language designated that information as confidential in recognition that it's already personal healthcare information and identifying information is already confidential. But in reviewing it and talking with staff of the Judiciary Committee, we have determined that we think it needs a judiciary review of the exception to the public records law. And so this is just the memo to the Judiciary Committee. It's consistent with other memos that you reviewed previously, just laying out for the Judiciary Committee what the provision in LD 541's amendment does, and then noting as particular information from the committee's perspective as to whether or not the bill meets the criteria for review that the Judiciary Committee will go through. So this just goes through and notes consistent with how we've done it in other memos, what the committee, the rationale, if you will, is for providing confidentiality for this information. So with regard to the first two criteria as to whether or not this information needs to be collected and maintained and the value to the agency in having this information, it just notes that MHDO, as consistent with what you heard at the public hearing, is they believe that this information will help provide linkages with their existing healthcare claims database and help to improve health and healthcare delivery in the state. The linked data will permit researchers and others to track incidents of cancer diagnosis, then use the claims database to determine what treatment has been provided, and then match that with some vital statistics data to determine cancer survival rates. Will also allow them to better analyze disparities in healthcare based on demographic data. So that's the sort of reasons that you heard at the public hearing about why it's important to have access to this information together. And then we just noted that there are federal law provisions that govern and protect the confidentiality of personally identifiable healthcare information, which is through the federal HIPAA law. We note with regard to the criteria related to balancing an individual's privacy interest and the public interest in disclosure of the information, that confidentiality of personal health information is appropriate, but the language of the amendment would allow authorization for release of data in a manner that removes that personally identifiable information. So information in the aggregate or de-identified data may be released to the public. There aren't any provisions that it doesn't trigger the next two criteria, which relate to businesses and negotiations. And then lastly, we just noted that we believe sharing this data without identifying an individual balances appropriately individuals' privacy interest and the public interest, and that we believe the language is narrowly crafted. So that's the proposed memo that will go to the Judiciary Committee. If that's acceptable to the committee, they'll schedule a session or a brief work session with Representative Tepler or Senator Sanborn and go through their review and report back to the committee.
Any questions from the committee for Ms. McCarthy-Reed regarding that letter to the Judiciary Committee? That looks great, Colleen. Thank you for your work on that. Yeah, I mean, I really hope maybe this will help us reveal some of the reasons that it appears that rural Maine has a very high cancer incidence. So hopefully we'll learn more as this data moves forward. Any other comments or questions? No? Okay, we'll see everyone tomorrow for another set of public hearings and some work sessions. And I believe that Senator Sanborn will be with us. So that is the plan right now. And just want to remind Colleen that she and I have a call with the Office of Professional Relations. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.